We are now live. We're a little bit early, but I just wanted to ask some questions of my guests. So just to build up some momentum. So Neph Champion, why did you have such a virulent reaction to Maggie Mayfish? Just as a preview of what's to come.
All right, now I'm really back.
Okay. So, what do you think of Maggie Mayfish?
Oh God, I think she's crazy.
Can't you elaborate?
Okay, so every point I hear, I'm going, no, okay, maybe, but really, no, you are an idiot. That's not how that works. So,
calm down, Neph. You're hyperventilating.
It's because I ran downstairs and right back up so that I wouldn't be late.
Yeah, don't worry. She actually calls Luke a good daddy in her Good Daddies episode.
What?
Oh, good Lord. I remember that was the one we watched. And I'm like, everything's a daddy? Are you crazy? You've got to be kidding me.
Yeah. So now that we've kind of established like her feelings on Maggie Mayfish, we will be covering her Good Daddies video next week.
I'm going to need a rum for that.
Oh,
well, that's if you have a drug holiday during this thing.
Oh, it's still got a full bottle.
Especially since this is an hour and 7 minutes.
Okay, so apparently we have Yokai in the chat.
Hi, Yokai.
Hey, Yokai.
Hi, Hank Harper.
Welcome.
Welcome, pain and suffering.
Yokai, welcome to die.
It was great with the echo from Neph. Oh, I'm so glad I turned my phone on silent. Shut up, bots.
Let's see. Well, I have most of my stuff on mute. So,
Okay.
Hello, Nova Roma.
Hi, Nova Roma. Nice to see you. You ready for David Bennioff and how the mystery of how he has not been canceled?
Yes, I'm ready.
Alrighty. Let me pull it up. Let's see.
Well, Yokai, if it would allow me to use the earbuds at the same time as the mic, I changed it to that. But last time I tried to do that, yeah, my mic stopped working. So I can only have it either or.
Okay. Okay, we'll just go with it.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty, and here we go.
Getting no sound.
Oh shoot!
We're changing the world.
Not getting anything at all.
Let's see. Let's see. Turn it back on. Tab. There we go. Wait. Don't. Shoot. I hate that it doesn't allow you to just automatically share audio. That's annoying. Should get audio, I hope. Okay.
Hi there. This video, David.
It looks like it might be working now.
Bennioff thinks brown women are hot.
It seems to be lagging.
Yeah, lagging, getting no sound.
Well,
Heard
there's
sound
no
for
sound,
briefing.
right? Well, there's right now he's just showing.
If you're new to my channel,
Okay,
I'm an administrator from the Game of Thrones wiki, and what I do is I make
so
documentary videos on what.
So everybody can hear it.
Yeah, we can hear him when he's speaking, but it sounds like it might be lagging a little bit.
Okay.
Oh, hey, Hex Harper is here.
Yep.
Alrighty.
Was going on behind the scenes that led to the failings of the later seasons, which are entirely due to the incompetence and inexperience of the showrunners. That there is no writer's room. There is David Bennioff and his two lackeys, Weiss and Cogman, who do whatever he tells them to do. So I try to piece together the public information of the nightmare reports coming out from production staff, directors, the costuming department, of how ridiculously behind schedule they are. They have no sense of time management. They'll invent new subplots as they're filming. That this guy should not be in charge of a TV show. And one of the most derided of these was, of course, the season 5 onwards Dorne subplot. And I have a whole hours-long documentary on why the Dorne subplot failed, with reports from directors, the costumers, of just the craziness going on there. And that haunts so many people that isn't just rushed production. They won an Emmy for an episode in which we have the infamous line, "You want a good girl, but you need the bad." Okay, if you haven't read the books,
What?
Good Lord. What the hell?
Let that sink in.
That, from following the season 8 news, that the people, from listening to the videos of the people that I follow, I'm not surprised by any of this.
Mike, you want a good girl, but you need the bad pussy.
Oh my good Lord.
He's not joking.
Oh,
There's always
I
some
thought it was just
motherfucker
a
trying to
great
ice
joke,
skate
Captain.
uphill.
oh good Lord. Oh.
I see the blade
Oh.
quote and raise you 3 points. Yeah. I am. Yeah, I think it speaks for itself. This is weird. But here.
That was actually dialogue.
Yes, that's actual dialogue in the script
Oh,
that got
for
said
fuck's
on
sake.
screen. That got said on screen.
Oh.
Which character said it?
Yeah, which character said it?
The chick with short hair.
I don't know which one that is.
That one.
Bennioff. You should not have even applied for this job. You should not have even applied.
Let me actually
You should
let
have
me
gone to
bring
film
that.
school.
Let me bring up that clip actually
Oh no.
for the benefit of the audience.
We are up to 2 sips.
Oh man, I wish I had a glass of wine in front of me. I just have water.
We're only 2 minutes in.
We're at a sip per minute.
Oh. Tell me, does
Yokai 0. One good writing between you and me.
I was thinking.
Yokai, you should be in here with us. You should be.
Yeah, come on.
He's smart.
Tell me, does it get any worse? Because if it does, I'm just going to go ahead and get a glass of wine.
Oh, it has to. We just started.
We gave you a taster of some of the bad stuff last video stream. You remember that where he read where it's like he likes the word ass shows up like 12 times or something in 3 paragraphs.
Yes, I remember that. I'm betting that's tame compared to some of the stuff.
Some of it, yes. Yeah. There's a lot of crazy
Okay.
Taking all bets now. How long into the video will it take before Dr. Crow takes a drink directly from the bottle?
You haven't?
Not yet.
Okay, since you said that, I'm gonna go get a glass of wine. I'll be right back.
Alrighty. Let's see. Yeah, I have the clip pulled up and ready to go. I'm just waiting for for Neph to come back. We'll just do the Bennioff thinks brown women are hot video for right now and just keep going with that until which time as she comes back.
Nova Roma, 6 minutes. All right. Is it playing?
Not
You
on
said-
my end.
You were saying something, Dr. Crow?
I was asking if it was playing.
Oh,
No.
dang it. Oh, dang it. It was. Shoot. Just forgot to share the audio. Why is it not automatic? That's annoying.
Yeah, that seems like something that would just happen.
Yeah. Let's go with that. Sorry. Sometimes it's difficult. Oh, it's not responding. Shoot.
Nephical difficulties, everybody.
Difficult difficulties indeed. Let me it's a piece of crap computer. That's the big problem, I think. Hopefully it'll keep going. If I die, just remember
I'll
me.
take over. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Die like
Yeah.
internet gas
We'll
or
take
die like
over.
the computer dies?
I'm not sure. I think so. It just says Chrome tab not responding or something.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll take care of it. Okay, I've got my glass of wine. This should be good.
Cheers.
Cheers, bro.
Come on, just respond, please. Why is it doing this? I hate it when it does this. I hate it when it does this.
Hex Harper says it's okay. My computer's garbage too. Trying to stream games is basically a trip to lag fest.
Yeah, I have like 29 gigabytes, and it's all full, even though I have nothing in there.
What sites are you going to?
I don't know. Or a lot of it is like Windows 10.
Yeah.
Oh, mine
Windows 10
is
lies about unallocated memory.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, but I'm pretty sure my computer has a ton of room, even with Windows 10 on it.
Mm. Yeah, like, well, for me, Windows 10 ate up like 8 gigabytes. And then I have the system reserved. I think maybe I just need to, like, I think it even came that way, which is, well, at least like that, there was a lot of stuff on it that,
Huh.
that like, was just reserved, and it just is building up and building up and building up. 1 second, let me exit out of my browser, and I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right.
Right.
Become better. Turn off your OneDrive.
You really think that might be part of it?
Delete System 32.
Modakosa says just restore your PC to factory settings. It take like 10 seconds.
Yeah, but how
I'm
long
not
does
sure
the
if
backup
that's
take?
going to work.
I never trust anything to actually do what it says like that, because you never
Yeah, I
know when
don't
it's just going to wipe your hard drive.
And
Yeah. Oh, OneDrive devours RAM. Yeah.
okay, so becoming better. I don't know how I would rewrite that line. You want a good girl, but you need. I would probably just axe that line and say, like, nah, you'll come back to me. That's
Yeah.
that's how I would personally write. I would not do the "you want the good girl, but you need the bad." That just it's so bad.
You want something bad?
Well,
Okay, so someone.
You need the bad line read.
So I have an acquaintance, and he is like passive aggressive with a lot of stuff, with like how he talks to other people when he's he has a character trying to de-escalate a situation, and this is what he has the character saying: "Who I am is neither important nor really required to be voiced to you. This connotation over the minimal harm done to your ego is pointless, as you neither can force the matter nor regain anything that you think you had lost." I had to rewrite that because that sounds really passive aggressive, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And this character is talking to a character akin to Ozpin, who is really, really old and has been around the block and would be able to tell when someone's being passive aggressive with them. And so I rewrote that, and I took out most of it. So I wrote, in rewriting it, I did this: "Who I am isn't important at the moment. I see no reason to continue this argument. The best thing for us to do would be to move on." And that took out all the passive aggressiveness.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah. Okay, so Cinemas Deviant, what is okay? Let me think. I guess you may be marrying her, but she's way too prissy for you.
Okay. So yeah, oh dear Lord, I think of a way to rewrite that.
Yeah. But while you're doing that, let's watch the actual scene.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Oh dear Lord. It's a good thing I've got wine with me.
Yeah, 1 second. I think
Mhm.
I think I need to share the audio.
Did you forget again?
Yeah, Dunn kind of forgot.
He made the joke.
Okay. I understood that reference. Okay, and it's coming through okay?
Yes.
Mhm.
Maybe I'll come visit you.
Don't wait too long. Got a noble woman to marry back home.
You want a good girl, but you need bad pussy.
Oh, good Lord. Yeah, that's
Oh my god.
it's even
Swag
worse
everywhere.
listening to it.
Everything.
Good Lord.
Bitch, I think I'm big.
Good God. That's worse. That sounds worse than I thought it would. Oh God. Oh dear Lord.
Get thee to a nunnery.
I'm thinking we need to watch the show and record our reactions, especially to the worst seasons.
That is some awful.
Okay, we can do that, but I'm not doing it on my own time or alone because it's just
Deal.
too bloody.
Yeah, that's fine. I totally get that.
Don't forget to full screen it either.
Yeah. Audio.
We are up to 3 sips.
So we're just keeping.
I'm alternating. I'm alternating my water and the wine I just got, so I should be good.
Mhm. Makes total.
Bennioff thinks brown women are
Okay.
Perhaps you should change what the quality is, because that might be part of the problem.
Yeah, if you knock the quality down a peg, it'd be fine.
It's at like 360p, but I can.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'll knock it down to 240p.
All right. See you later, becoming editor.
Dorne is nothing like that, and I'm so haunted that for years, when people would say there aren't enough non-white people in this show, seasons 1 to 3, don't worry, Dorne is coming. Remember how well received Oberyn Martell was in season 4? Like, the rest of Dorne would be that even more so, this really respectful look at it's like medieval Spain, and it turned into some type of 13-year-old Dungeons and Dragons fantasy stereotype, just the sex stereotype, and it was outright racist in its depiction of non-white women, and just the lack of plot logic, and all of these other problems.
I'm not surprised by this at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh boy.
I mean, why did they add filler plot lines? Why? They had a ton of material.
Yeah.
I need
so
to wait
this
for the
is-
anime to catch up.
So they arbitrarily changed. So they not intended to go to Dorne. They just hastily inserted a 40-minute subplot into an overcrowded season because they wanted to show off Indira Varma.
Oh my good God. Ugh.
And it's even
God,
like
these guys are so bad.
Yeah, they also changed large sections of it. Like they cut out characters in order for Indira Varma to be the main character.
That's, you only put filler in when you don't have material to work with. When you have to cut characters out and plot lines out, you have too much material, but you don't cut stuff out to put in filler. I'm sorry, that's not what you do.
Yep. And it's weird because it's both filled and rushed at the same time.
I don't know. Oh God, I don't know why.
Well, Brent Discord, farewell. I hope you have fun at the gym. Yeah. Well, let's keep going.
Oh dear.
People just mentally blank spaced on that rather than admit that the show could be wrong, or, oh, this is a fluke. It's no one watched the DVD commentaries, and after season 6, when I actually researched all of them, went, no one wants to research these.
Do you want to mute yourself, Neph, while the video is playing? That way we don't get that much echo. Would that be okay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
To see just how crazy Bennioff actually is, how unprofessional he is, that he just faked his way into being a TV writer. So in the original Dorne documentary I made, I point out that they bluntly state that Dorne Season 5 only exists as a vanity project to show off Indira Varma, that they were fanboys of hers from Rome, that there is no Ilaria. People even now think they sure wanted Ilaria to do that. They go, in as many words, we reconceived the role to make it worthy of Indira Varma's acting talents. She's a minor character that doesn't reappear again after Oberyn dies, significantly. And they rewrote her to kill off the rest of House Martell and become the main character because, well, we really like that actress. And so, watching.
So yeah, that's how it is.
Couldn't they have just recast her as a different person? Or, maybe cast her as an actual main character instead of making her a main character? Couldn't they have done that?
Yeah, I don't know what they were planning. The main thing that seems to... Oh, go for it.
I don't think they were.
Oh, they weren't. But basically, they wanted to show off Indira Varma, and like he brings it up in his Dorn video that perhaps they could have recast Indira Varma as Ariane Martel, but that would have. But the problem was she'd already been a prominent feature in season 4. So she'd already been in the show for a while. And then they just arbitrarily changed it because they cast her as Ilaria.
That's just. If they were thinking, they would have cast her as someone who survived for the entire 8 seasons instead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They didn't think that they would get her on. They didn't know if they would. And then when they got her, they were like, "Oh man, Indira Varma's on. We need to, and we've all this money. We can put her in a UNESCO World Heritage Site and frame her, aim her with this amazing, gorgeous palace, and just film here."
Oh. They should have either cast her as a major character that they knew was going to survive, or they should have recast her when her character died. That's what they should have done.
Well, thing was, she wasn't even killed off in season 4. She was just there.
That doesn't really change my point, but okay.
Yeah, true. Sorry. But yeah, I think she barely appears in book 4 and 5. She's completely opposite. She is in the show. She's like, I want to have war with the Lannisters for what they did. And in the book, she's like, I want this to be over.
I see.
And
okay.
I arbitrarily decided to change it because Indira Varma acts angry very well.
They did it because she can act angry.
Pretty much, yeah. At least that seems to be the stereotype of her performance.
Just more evidence that they can't do what they were hired to do.
Yeah, the exact quote that they use is, we reconceived the role of Ilaria Sand to be more worthy of Indira Varma's talents. They're tremendous.
Except when people look at this show, they go, these people have talent. These people don't have talent.
Yeah.
Well, at least those who watch it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, it's like an never-ending cascade of what the fuck.
Yes, a never-ending cascade of what were they thinking.
Yeah, we'll have to cover the Dorn because that one's like 4 hours long.
Oh dear Lord!
It's insane how much nuts stuff they did with that one.
Yeah, it is.
It makes the filming at the UNESCO World Heritage Site for The Last Jedi problems that happened minuscule by comparison.
Oh God, that will be fun to sink our teeth into then.
Yeah, it will. Yeah, it will.
Okay.
Alrighty.
I'm
Let's
gonna
keep
mute
going.
my mic so we can keep.
Okay.
Game of Thrones DVD commentaries and recent interviews did reveal some shocking things about actor favoritism. Is truly the only reason they ever changed anything in the TV show. Stannis, we like seeing that he can make a frowning face. Jane Westerling to Talissa, well, we like that Richard Madden can be a romantic lead. It's, if you'll look at my subscribers who actually watched my videos for some time, in the comments section here, they'll be quoting off, looks like they reconceived the role to make it worthy of the actor's talents, because I have a running list. It's the only reason they ever gave for changing anything, and I believe them. That they impulsively onset, none of them have screenwriting degrees or prior experience in television. They'll just rewrite stuff on the fly to show off actors. Both men and women, and even minor characters, not even the
I have an
core
idea.
the-
How about instead of rewriting the books, you hire the actors that can fill the roles instead of rewriting the characters to be quote unquote worthy of the actors they chose.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they
That's what
should
you're
have just.
supposed.
It's like they should have just. If you want the actor so badly, just have them star in another production. Or do they think that their career is going to catch fire after this series?
I think Catch Fire is the perfect way to describe some of their careers.
Yeah.
Unless they're not counting on getting through season 8 without imploding through sheer force of suck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that hype culture is real powerful.
Oh God. Yeah.
Let's keep going, shall we?
Okay.
the core cast, they like that Ollie kid in the Night's Watch, they rewrote into being a recurring character prominently just because they like him. So there is no higher reason to read into it. But even then, in the context of we reconceive the role to make it worthy of the actor's talents, it always struck me as odd of just that alone wouldn't affect why they changed Dorne into such a B-movie sex romp. Even though there isn't that much sex in it, it's like sassy exploitation movie dialogue.
Mm-hmm.
So beyond mere we're playing favorites, why particularly did they see Varma like this? You know, like, oh, Sophie Turner can cry on cue, Maisie Williams is badass. To rewrite the other characters, why is Dorne specifically this way? I was never able to glean that from the DVD commentaries, that above and beyond changes to other storylines, why is this their vision of Dorne? Not that they're tolerant of homosexuality and bastards, that they have the nobles have a better relationship with the commoners, there's less class divisions, that just your idea of Dorne was, at all these other things different from it in the books, was sassy, sexy brown women making exploitation dialogue. And it don't, not just what I saw.
I'd say that's an insult to exploitation movie dialogue.
Yes. And an insult to all brown actresses, too.
Not
Yeah.
sure if it's sexploitation or blaxploitation.
It can't be both because I'm not sure that those are mutually exclusive.
Blaxploitation?
Brown exploitation?
Girl exploitation.
They aren't mutually exclusive, though. They really aren't.
Yeah. Alrighty, let's keep going.
On screen, if you haven't been exposed to this, it doesn't reconcile these bizarre statements they made about Dorne as a whole. Very stereotypical views of.
Shall we read this? Dr. Crow, would you be so kind as to read this for us?
All right. So, Weiss, we were so happy to be able to include it. We don't know if it would fit, to be honest, because of budgeting, scheduling, and story reasons. There was a lot of ways we had to cram it in. But it's such an important piece of all the places in Westeros you ever want to live. The Dornish figured out the right above the line. It's one of the most aligned with our life. It would be we weren't making this show.
It's our Brazil. We dream of Dorne and the way they do things down there. And Indira Varma, who was introduced as Ilaria Sand last season, once you have someone of her caliber, you want to double down on that casting strength. Also, the Sand Snakes are such a fun, exciting addition to that world. Oh.
Yeah. So Hex Harper had a good question. I would rather have Artemis Fowl get 5 sequels with the same creative team and writer as opposed to David Bennioff ruining the Wheel of Time.
Don, you're starting to cut out.
Whoops, dang it. Well, I would never allow Benioff to touch Wheel of Time. I like Artemis Fowl, and that movie was awful, but like Wheel of Time has a special place in my heart, and I would do very violent things if I heard that Benioff was going near the Wheel of Time.
Yeah, I haven't read any of the books, and I would still much rather. Who was the Spielberg of TV series?
I believe it's Vince Gilligan. I would say.
Yeah, I would rather Vince Gilligan get a Wheel of Time series.
Yeah.
Than Benioff and Weiss.
They are making a Wheel of Time series. The guy's name running it is Rafe Judkins.
Is he any good?
As far as I'm aware, yes, and he's a mega fan of the books. And the editor of the Wheel of Time, who's the author's wife, is involved in the show.
Okay, so he says he's a mega fan. We can only hope that he's telling the truth when he says that.
Well, considering his tweets, yes.
Okay, so we have very little to worry about in that case.
Yes. With that, he's been opening up with fans and just saying, just answering questions, and he's saying that I will include this. Of course, I'm going to have the IEO. Of course, I'm going to have this, that, and the other. He's very open with people, and I actually recommend Nablis's channel. He has a lot of cited quotes from Rafe about his feelings about the show. And the books.
Nice.
Sounds like it's better treatment than the Lord of the Rings series.
Yeah, they had Cogman on that for a little bit.
Oh God! No, please, no. I'm not a fan of Lord of the Rings. I'm not. But at the same time, we've seen Cogman's work in Game of Thrones. No, keep him as far away from Lord of the Rings as absolutely possible. Please.
Yeah. Let's keep I think the word that he uses to describe Dorn is like they're opulent pleasure seekers, and we're almost an hour in, and we're only 6 minutes in.
Oh, yeah, we've turned into EFAP. It looks like.
Oh well.
App with a cat. No, you cannot have that.
Poor kitty.
The nice thing is we have plenty of time on Streamlabs since it's the end of the month. Time to get crap faced.
You made sure that you're going to refresh on the 1st and not on a different date, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
All right, because it refreshed on the day you started.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't used any time yet, so I suppose that I'll just have to start streaming on the 1st of whatever month I decide to start doing it with.
It's not like per month. Oh, that's
No, it
interesting.
does not start at the beginning of the month. I didn't find that out until after I did my 12-hour stream.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, I guess I'll have to get the unlimited since I'd like to stream for a while. Okay.
Yeah, which means you have to shell out money for it.
Well, we'll see. All right. Well, let's keep going.
Non-white people, which are just above and beyond just actor favoritism. That in the lead up to season 5, they actually made a promo video for season 5 Dorn, and it looked nice because they edited it together artfully. Where it's Bennioff and Weiss, the normal promo videos. This is a new region we're seeing, and talking about how great it is, and it didn't really reflect what the actual season would be like. And I'll link it in the description here. It's bizarre to see that this isn't what Dorn is like in the books, that they're the phrase they keep using is they're opulent pleasure seekers. And it's, while they do have more relaxed attitudes towards sexuality in the books, they're hardened desert warriors.
Mm-hmm.
So this is some Dungeons and Dragons stereotype they must have.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is starting to sound more and more like the behavior of a 15-year-old.
Yeah, it kind of is.
These guys, he did not grow up. He didn't. He really, really didn't. Good Lord.
Yeah, and it's like opulent pleasure seekers as opposed to hardened desert warriors that held off dragons.
Oh.
Yeah, in the history of Game of Thrones, Aegon the Conqueror and his 2 sisters, they were also his wives, but we'll ignore that.
Gross.
Yeah, ew.
Yeah, they kept doing incest marriages for a really long time, like aunt half to nephew, uncle to niece.
How did they not have 6 fingers?
Magic Valyrian blood.
It's supposed to be why they're all insane, right?
They go crazy. Some of them are.
Yikes.
But they were able to conquer like a equivalent of like most of like America and Canada with their 3 dragons. However, like imagine if you got most of Westeros is like southern half of Canada, like half of the US, and then you have Mexico. Dorn is the Mexico in this analogy, and they were able to hold off 3 enormous dragons by using guerrilla tactics and just sinking into the desert.
Wow.
And the Iron Throne didn't conquer Dorne by force. They had to marry into the Dornish royal house and allow the Dornish to marry into the royal family in order to get Dorne into the 7 Kingdoms.
Wow. That's Yeah, that might not be the best thing to do.
Yep. Let's keep going, shall we?
Yay!
Weiss said, "We were so happy to be able to include it, Dorn. We didn't know it would fit, to be honest, that they shoved it.
Right.
There were a lot of ways we had to important, not interesting. It's the one most aligned with what our approach to life would be if we weren't making this show. It's our and Indira Varma, who we've introduced as Ilaria Sand last. Also, the Sand Snakes are such a fun, exciting addition to that world. Fans in Brazil who I encounter online are not amused when they see my videos pointing out this interview, because they don't get stuff translated into Portuguese down there. Just the whole you want a good girl but you need the bad and all the sassy dialogue. This is what you think Brazil is like. This carnival stereotype. So check out the link to that below. And for copyright reasons, I'm not going to include DVD commentary clips in this video. I want it to trend higher that in the YouTube algorithm, that they penalize that when you put in clips for things. So I made a clip of the DVD commentary. It's literally 90 seconds long from the last episode of season 5, where they bluntly admit we reconceived the role to make it worthy of Indira Varma's talents. So that is on my channel, but it's cross-linked as a separate clip. That'll be in the links below and at the end. Please check that out. But just, they kept making, not just we're showing off Varma, but these weird, we already had clips of that, these bizarre, racially stereotyped comments about Dorne. And Dorne is medieval Spain. How is it suddenly Brazil?
Okay, I have something to say about this.
Okay.
I have something to say about this. If they are rewriting characters to fit their actors, then that just shows that they have no faith in their actors' ability to, act.
Mm-hmm.
It shows no faith in them. And you could be the best actor in the entire world and they'd still do that. It sounds like to me.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh God.
And if that was me, I would feel insulted. Highly insulted by hearing this.
Uh-huh. Indeed.
Oh, God. Oh.
So, yeah. And also, as far as I am aware, Brazil is very, very Catholic.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yes, very, very Catholic, I've heard.
So there's even famous Brazilian model in Adriana Lima said, "I am waiting until I am married before I have sex because that's what I believe."
Yeah, that's what I believe too. But
Nope, let's all make them.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like the Mardi Gras effect. Everybody thinks New Orleans is this gigantic party town when forgetting that Mardi Gras is a thing that comes before Lent.
Yeah, to get it all out of your system.
Yes.
Yeah,
it's the purge, but with debauchery.
Yeah,
Oh, boy.
when LDS missionaries are in New Orleans, or at least whenever they're in the area of that town, they are on lockdown for all of that time. They are not allowed outside. But yeah, let's keep going, shall we?
Yeah.
I was going by up to now. These are current interviews from the run of Game of Thrones, from their interviews in Entertainment Weekly, from their DVD commentaries. But going a step further, no one ever vetted David Bennioff, gave a thorough background check on him, reviewing his prior works to see if he was the kind of mature, stable person that you'd want to put in charge of a major book adaptation or TV production. So, faced with the accusation, TV Dorn was deeply offensive and stereotypical of non-white women and embarrassingly racist. How would you prove or disprove that rationally? Or argue, conversely, it wasn't Benioff's fault, it was just rushed production or random chance, that no defense was ever made of Benioff for TV Dorn. The show-only fans just ignored it as, oh, that's just random chance. I even saw people on Watchers on the Wall, their core staff, saying, oh, it's the actress's fault. You think someone could deliver the bad pussy line? Well,
Oh my god!
no one wanted.
No acting. Not even the best actors in the entire world would be able to pull that off without hamming it up. And probably not even then.
Probably not. I would agree.
Now I'm imagining her saying,
Sorry about
"You are huge. That means you have huge guts."
Huge tracts of land.
Oh, funny.
Yeah,
That's funny.
I like it. Let's keep going, shall we? The worst is yet to come.
Oh, no.
Oh, why?
Wanted to research or think this was Benioff's fault. Even to try to defend him, not that I don't think you could. So the way to prove this maturely and rationally as adults is review all of his prior works and see if it is consistent with his established history of works and behaviors. Is it in his character? Is he the type of guy who writes stereotypical non-white women like that? How does he treat non-white women in his prior writings? Well, Benioff has only ever written 3 books, 2 novels and 1 collection of short stories.
Mm-hmm.
So in the past couple of months, I read them and also went over, he made a DVD commentary for the film adaptation of 25th Hour, which it's a lot more insightful to hear him personally saying things about his own work. It's like a 2-hour-long interview. So having reviewed, yes, I read all of his prior stuff. And yes, all of David Benioff's prior works, which no one read because they're not really that popular, have a trend, a very prominent trend, of hypersexualizing non-white women, particularly brown women, women of ambiguous ethnicity. I'll explain.
Oh, good dear Lord.
We're starting to get into it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And this is when I start drinking, probably.
Probably,
Because
yeah.
I've only been sipping at my water lately.
Well, here. So, yeah, this is pretty creepy that he does this. It's like,
Yeah.
like
I'd
you
call
can
this very creepy.
yeah, like you have this guy who, like, it's fine to have like an attractive character, like a lot of the characters in like Robert Jordan, the female characters in Robert Jordan's Wheel of Time are like described as very beautiful. But it's kind of the thing of hypersexualization. That's not usual. That's like 50 Shades of Grey stuff.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the type of thing like a young teen would write as their growing and going through changes. This is not the behavior of a full-grown man.
No.
Yeah, it's bad. It's really bad.
Yeah, it is. Okay, so I've plugged in some headphones. Maybe that'll help.
Okay. Nice. The echo is gone. At least I think it is.
Yeah.
Sweet.
We'll find out.
Alrighty.
Explain that.
And it's still working for you?
And I know this because he even goes on long rants about it. Bothers to read specifically about that woman's so hot. We'll see that there is clear, definitive predisposition for doing TV Dorn the way he did, and other things in Game of Thrones. It should come as no surprise. Pick this up in your local library, any one of these.
Oh boy.
Now, I've been working on a large multi-part documentary / expose series on who is David Bennioff, because the joke is that we all accepted it without thinking in season 1 of, oh, he's a screenwriter, and I'd never heard of any of his works. He wasn't a particularly notable novelist. And when you actually sit down and read them, this man is an incompetent with severe issues. Like in his qualifications, in his tone, in his sensitivity. So this is not some gotcha report that, oh, I'm claiming that some report that could be true or not true. It is all publicly available info, which you can't deny. Like, I actually sat down and read his book. It's just that mainstream news sites didn't bother to report it to us about his background, revealing just what an offensive person he is, how unqualified he is, and he should never have been trusted with a TV series.
Mm-hmm.
No, he really should not have been.
So he likes brown butts and he cannot lie. Your other brothers can't.
Well done.
Yep, pretty much, yeah. And it's just amazing that, like, how has he not suffered the wrath of cancel culture? That's my question.
And that's a very good question.
Feminist carbon credits.
God.
Maybe it's just he's too low profile for them to like really want to hit him. So it seems like most of cancel culture hits like execs or actors.
I think it's just going to take time. I mean, My Little Pony is only starting to catch heat now.
Yeah.
And now that the show's over, he might start getting heat.
Oh, he has gotten so much heat.
Of course he did. He ruined something they like. It's okay when it gets ruined Star Wars or Star Trek, but Game of Thrones was a no-no place.
I think partially it was kind of because like Danny turned bad. And there's actually Charles Culkin's like actually had a good point. I mean,
cancel culture only goes against people who don't follow an agenda, and he does follow an agenda.
Oh, yeah.
Should have known.
Yeah.
Should have known. Oh.
It's like, I've got a sneaking suspicion that this has absolutely zero to do with the fetish. He's just trying to punch his not racist card.
You
Good try. Nice try.
I actually I'll let you decide on that one as we keep going.
Oh no.
Yeah, oh no.
I wish you were right, but I don't think so.
Oh boy.
This was originally in the middle of what I intended to be the multi-part series, Who is David Bennioff, but I realized it's self-contained, so I'm presenting it out of order here before the full documentary series as sort of a preview or part 0 to demonstrate my methodology. This is a test run of.
He's still kind of working on it. It's kind of an ongoing series. We watched a piece of it. He's basically like he's kind of got it in like several parts. We have his screenwriting one. There's also David Bennioff and the Power of Impulsive Thinking. There's the beta version, and there's this.
Oh dear.
He's got a lot of material on this particular jackass.
I don't think jackass is a strong enough word personally, but that works.
Yeah, he actually uses the phrase like, at first for a while I thought he was bipolar by the way he described like manic bursts of creativity in the middle of the night happening. Like Benioff himself describing, like, I get these manic things happening to me in the night where I just like will just pen stuff in my office. Just like thinking.
No one wants to hear about his nighttime bursts.
Yeah.
No, we really don't. But I do kind of understand where he's coming from because sometimes I can't sleep because I'm in the zone too. But to be lying in bed and have to go to the office to do that.
Well,
no.
Well, it's like he'll wake up in the middle of the night and have a mad burst of creativity, and he'll just write a bunch of stuff. And it's like originally Dragon was like, I thought in his conclusion to the David Bennioff, and the Power of Impulsive Thinking, which is in total like an hour and 15 minutes long. He says, I thought for a while he must be bipolar, but then I realized maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe he's just a lazy and impulsive jackass who does things on the fly.
And maybe just maybe, he's both. Because I would not put it past anyone to be both.
Yeah. Well, let's keep going. We still got more stuff to do. We still got more material to cover.
What am I basing Who is David Bennioff on? All of his prior public interviews that he's ever made, even before Game of Thrones, plus the 3 books he actually produced, plus DVD commentaries for those movies he's worked on. Simply that I bothered to research his background much as I would for a wiki biography article. And I also didn't want to confuse people. This isn't connected to all of his other issues about that he doesn't actually have a screenwriting degree, that he has all these other problems, that this isn't part of the grand unified theory of Bennioff. It's just an anecdote of one of the offensive character quirks he has. But some people are still worried about that, particularly people of these ethnic groups of non-white people. Why does he write people like that? That he has always written people like that. And I'm just presenting to you what the hype media, putting a positive spin on Bennioff and Game of Thrones, didn't feel inclined to report on. And please tell me how I'm doing in the comments, just on my methodology. I think a lot of it's pretty self-evident without reading into it. Now, Bennioff has openly admitted that the main characters in 25th Hour and City of Thieves, his 2 novels, are thinly veiled author insert characters. Like, I don't need...
Oh, God. He's made inserts.
Yep. And
yeah.
It gets worse.
What else did you expect?
And it gets worse.
What else? Yeah.
Like, guess what he does with said self-insert Mary Sue characters?
Oh, no.
Insert with them.
Yeah. Like it's literally in there. Like the character, like It's a Nova Roman. It's fetish.
Yeah, it's a fetish. And this is asinine. Yes, you're right, Yokai. Ugh.
Yeah, it's really bad. And it's about to get worse.
Need to prove that there's going to be a whole later installment in the Who is David Bennioff series titled Bennioff and Author Insert Characters, where I'm repeating clips of interviews he's given where he admits, oh yeah, I am Lev Bennioff, my grandfather character in City of Thieves. That he says, oh, I am Marty from 25th Hour, and different characters in it. So that isn't something that's some speculation on my part. And it turns out pretty much in the 8 short stories in his book of short stories, they're all pretty much obviously him as well. He is arrogant and self-absorbed, so they're all Mary Sue characters living out his power fantasies. Even
Not
in his book of short
surprising.
stories, When the Nines Roll Over, which it was a disturbing experience to actually read through, but I powered through it. Some of you will remember my earlier video, which is also going to be linked in the descriptions below and at the end, a couple of months ago when I was starting to develop ideas for this on Saint Tywin, why was the Taisha reveal removed, that a lot of the changes to Tywin in the show very closely parallel Benioff's poor relationship with his father. His father is Stephen Friedman, the former CEO of Goldman Sachs. And that he did not have a good relationship with him, and he rewrote things in Jaime and Tyrion's character arcs as if they're idealized versions. That was speculative, but it's a lot of things linked up with that. Watched the whole video on that, it would take me too long to explain, but it seemed like just every time he sits down to write something, he doesn't even like movies he's worked on where it's an adaptation of someone else's work. It's like a factory where there's only one mold, and if you give him something, he'll turn it into himself because he is that self-absorbed and that narcissistic. And I don't think he even knows how to write anything else different. So, When the Nines Roll Over is a collection of 8 short stories, and with a little knowledge of Benioff's biographical details, every main character is blatantly him. Just reading through it in one sitting, every protagonist in the 8 stories is tall, with crooked teeth, a Russian-sounding name, a bad relationship with his wealthy father, and lives in New York City. Contrast this with George R.R. Martin.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
And then that last paragraph, people talk about, well, let's kind of discuss it now. Banging beautiful women as an authored insert character. And they're of a very specific ethnicity, or at least like a specific lack of ethnicity.
Yes.
So this is what it looks
as
like when
if-
a new Theon switches to adults.
You know, with the way he writes all of his main characters, you would never guess that he was married with kids.
Yeah, it's weird.
Because you would think someone who's lived, someone who's gotten married, and someone who has kids that he needs to raise would be able to write more diverse characters. Because, you know, he could model a character after his wife. He could model a character after his kids. But no, every single main character is him. If it was me, I'd be modeling main characters after my kids instead. Not just me. Maybe me once in a while, but mostly it'd be either my spouse, one of my kids, or any other member of my family. Just not me. Because if it was me, it would be very, very, very what's the word? Tempting. Yes, tempting. It would be way too tempting to make me into a Mary Sue.
Yeah. It would be very tempting. And yes, Nova Roman, unfortunately.
Yes, it only gets worse.
It always gets worse.
I'm
Yeah,
so
like,
glad I
Never
didn't
gets better.
find Bob Stewart with me.
well, Dr. Crow, is this better or worse than your experience with the Battle of the Bastards video that I showed you?
Ah, so far the Battle of the Bastards was better. This is just creepy.
Yeah, this
That
is
was
crazy.
stupidity. This is kinky stuff.
Well, kinky's actually too positive a word for this.
No, most
Yeah,
people
this is.
think to keep their kinks to themselves.
That's true.
Yes, they do.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, let's keep going.
Burton, who was a poor son of a longshoreman growing up in the docks of Bayonne, New Jersey, reading Stan Lee comic books and writing short stories about alien planets and protagonists who were black women or men of other races and aliens and wild cards, the Tahitians, and just how Martin can imagine himself in the POV narrator role as all sorts of different people in the past, in the future, medieval, and space, and just the few things Benioff has ever published, it's just literally the same character over and over again. That this also describes the main character in 25th Hour, also describes the main character in City of Thieves. And just reading through, it's on top of that, what the characters are doing isn't introspective. It's a goddamn string of power fantasies in which his author insert characters go around, most often banging beautiful women, to put it bluntly. So, here is the dramatic reading I promised. And this is the first short story in When the Nines Roll Over, from which it is named after. And when you put that short story first, it means it's the one you're most proud of, I guess, most representative. His author insert character in this one is named Tabachnik, Russian-sounding name like him. Reading. Tabachnik was supposed to get braces when he was 12, like a normal boy, but his mother and father kept bitching about who ought to pay for it. So when the money for the orthodontia finally came, Tabachnik said he didn't want it.
Yep.
If my teeth had actually been crooked as a kid, I would have been begging for my parents just to get over with it and pay for the damn braces.
Yep.
I would not have said, no, don't fix my teeth. If my teeth are that embarrassingly crooked, then I'd be yelling at them, don't argue. One of you pays for the first one, the other pays for, and I'd be going, one of you decide who pays for the first trip, and then the other parent who didn't pay can pay the next time we have to go in. And so on. Switch off. Oh my God. Oh God.
Or at the very least, do the Thunderdome system. 2 parents enter, 1 parent pays.
Yeah. But it's like, but that's how it always was. If we needed to get something done, we always went to the best people. And we paid however much it took to get stuff done. My parents didn't argue over who was paying what. They always were both paying for it. So, and there are people who buy this crap.
Yep. Yeah, for whatever reason.
So, the fact that he has really crooked teeth makes me go, How did he convince his wife to marry him? How?
I don't know
Because she
either.
has to. Because she now has to live with that god awful crooked smile.
Yeah, I don't
Maybe
know.
she's got a crooked teeth kink.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Could be.
I don't care.
Yeah, it's still very weird. Maybe he just doesn't smile very often.
Maybe. Maybe.
Yes, she.
Oh God! Ew. Okay. Oh, Yokai, you should be in
Get to
here
drink.
with us.
Yeah, you can come. It's totally fine. I have enough room. And I posted the link in the chat. Hopefully Blue will come around soon.
Yeah, hopefully. It says he's not on Discord,
Okay.
but he's
Maybe
in the
away.
chat, so why?
He might be away.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe he's just on a phone or something.
Maybe.
Well, let's keep going.
He found the negotiations over his teeth so humiliating, he refused to have them fixed. He never again wanted to depend on another man's money. He worked his way through college in New Hampshire. Bennioff went to Dartmouth, which is in New Hampshire. And there's this whole other thing I call about the main video series. That he resents that he was a trust fund kid.
Wait. So he worked to pay through college. He worked. How does he write like a 15-year-old? How? Because if he worked his way through college, then
It could also be that he is idealizing himself and saying, like, I wish that I had worked my way through college, but I didn't.
maybe, but it's like he only knows how to write himself. We were just told of this. So,
He knows how to write himself, his best friend, the person he wants to protect, and the person he hates.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's these people don't know how to actually write diverse characters. Ironic, considering they're always going, we need more diversity in characters.
Yeah, like somebody who like is able to do various things, and we want an author to go outside of themselves.
Yeah, we don't want to read the same character over and over again with a new name tag.
Yeah, like if I were to like give a make a character, I would have to like try and think, okay, what is this character's motivation? What are they like? Like, for instance, like one of my characters, Kaya Ashbringer, is a chronic alcoholic, and I just had to do research on what alcohol does to the body and what it does to your brain because I've never had it, but I just did my research and looked it up.
It destroys your liver, but it's good at keeping your heart free of cholesterol or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, let's keep going, shall we?
Yeah.
Resented that he wasn't a popular writer, he wasn't very successful for many years, and that he was dependent on his father's money. And he talks about this in interviews, so that's going to be a whole other thing, but it's just, this is you. Tabachnik is you, Bennioff. And reading the short story book in particular, I can't believe my local library had a copy of this. Check it out. It is amazingly disturbing. that you just can't put it down. Once, if you're one of my regular subscribers who's really been following me on all the foibles of David Bennioff, like it's just him in each of the 8 short stories going around living out his power fantasies, banging beautiful women. And the whole thing is a disturbing real-life version of Dennis Reynolds from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Ooh, here
That
we
he is
go.
this self-absorbed narcissist who is the son of...
So we did this a little bit ago.
Oh man.
Everybody remember this?
Yes, I remember this. Good God.
Now
So
let's listen to this again. Just
yes, let's remind ourselves.
Banker Frank Reynolds. Well, he's not really his son, but that's a whole story into itself. Raised by him, and there's this one big episode. I'll link this to their wiki page in the description below, where he tries his hand at writing erotic fiction. This was around when 50 Shades of Grey was being popular, so they had a parody episode of that where Dennis decides he's great at everything. I'm going to write an erotic memoir of all of my romantic conquests. And it is his power fantasies of women he has or could have had sex with absurd dialogue. And this is played for...
Oh, man.
And this, like he's about to say, this is a comedy show making fun of this sort of thing. David Bennioff has actually done it.
Good Lord.
Here we go.
Okay.
But reading through When the Nines Roll Over, I just kept thinking for over 200 pages, this is like someone made Dennis Reynolds an erotic life come alive.
Oh, one moment. We have another guest.
Hello, Agent Yokai.
How's everybody doing? You enjoying the madness?
Good.
He is here.
Yes.
Suffer with us.
So,
I hope you have some alcohol handy.
No, but I do have garlic knots. I'm very hungry.
So, what have you thought so far about this?
Oh God.
I think it's sick.
Oh. Yeah.
I think the man's a sick fuck.
Yeah. No kidding. No kidding.
Oh, it's gonna get better.
Oh boy.
It always gets worse.
Yeah, I think you mean worse, Gun.
Yeah, well,
There is no light at the end of this tunnel.
Yeah, there is. It's not the. It's
We didn't want this. We didn't ask for this, but here we are.
Yeah. Well, don't worry.
These people think this guy thinks he has a style when he can't even write.
You can't even write, and you think you have a style.
Style?
Yeah. Well, the nice thing is I have a dramatic reading prepared of where of when one of my books where I kill 2 very specific people that I know that we all do not like.
Fantastic.
Really?
Yes.
Is it Bennioff?
Well, I will read that at some point, but I was thinking more to 2 other people. One of them has a very round head. We'll put it that way for now.
Yeah, round. Yes, I think we all know what you're talking about. Oh.
Hex Harper, I want some. Well, let's keep going.
Yes, let's go.
So this is the core dramatic reading I was building up. It sounds like something out of Dennis Reynolds. Tabachnik and Molly Minx held on to a metal pole as the train shuddered and plunged through the tunnel. He wore black woolen pants, a black cashmere turtleneck sweater, and a full-length black pea coat, because it's winter. Molly wore a powder blue catsuit that zipped up the back. Winter wasn't over yet, and this is what she wore. She had what seemed to be a permanent wedgie.
Why?
All the men within sight had noticed this condition.
Pause it.
Oh yeah.
Pause it.
Yeah,
Pause it real
yeah. I remember this.
Permanent wedgie. Why does he think that's sexy?
I don't.
That's gross.
I don't. You would never catch me wearing something that might give me a permanent wedgie.
Why would you wear that?
Maybe it's just that's his way of describing, like it's completely like
It's upper asshole.
Yeah, it's upper. Okay, let's go with that.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's like contour to her butt. Go for it.
Is his wife a brown woman?
No, she's white.
Oh my god. Ugh. He's not even writing his wife into these.
Nope.
Why not just say she's wearing a thong?
Or
describe it as a wedgie.
Why? Yeah, why? Why? Oh, good God.
And
Good
why,
Lord, this
wedgie?
guy.
Are you 9?
There are better
It's
ways
road
to
high.
phrase that.
Yes, this is supposed to be erotic, Charles.
Yeah.
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't sound erotic at all. Honey, can you put on the blackface?
Bad Hex Harper.
No, good Hex Harper. You deserve a treat, buddy.
That's a truth bomb right there.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know if Blue is gonna be. I hope Blue's gonna come on soon. She
Maybe
said she
needs
was
a
making
reminder.
dinner.
She's making dinner.
Yeah.
She eaten. She's a smart lady. She didn't come to this.
Come on, Blue, don't make me suffer on my own, please.
We're all here too.
Well, yeah, but we're all straight white men. We don't count.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does he have to use? And here's another question: does he have to use ass every single time? There are other words you could use to describe her butt.
Yeah, and this is
There's
essentially
butt. There's behind. There's
posterior.
derriere, posterior. There's.
Oh my God, David! Look at her butt.
I bet that if I went into the thesaurus and I put in I typed in the word butt, I'd get way more synonyms than what we just came up with on the top of our heads.
They've been causing me to drink so much sweet.
Why assume?
Yeah. And this is basically like this guy Tabachnik is so like insecure that he wants all of the guys to be staring at his date. Like this is his date he's thinking about. Like Molly Minx is his date.
If I was Molly Minx, I'd be creeped out and I would never go out with him again. If that was what he was going to do.
You would have went out with him once?
No, I wouldn't have gone out with him at all. But my point is, if he'd somehow duped me into going out on a date and he told me to wear a cat suit.
Yeah, go ahead. Read that, sweetheart.
I'd wear something over my cat suit.
I can get it. Read that. Read that, honey. Honey, read that.
Yeah.
Your
Well.
face says millions.
No, not yet.
Yep.
How about it? Just grab it.
He wanted the whole world horny for Molly Minx. Yeah, no.
Yeah, I know, right?
Ugh.
It's weird.
Yeah.
It would
It's
be
creepy.
one thing. It would be one thing if the main girl of all of his books was his wife,
You're laughing.
because you know he's writing himself. He is the main character of these. It would be one thing if he was writing his wife as a love interest, because you know he married the damn woman.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not. He's not doing that.
The
And
boyfriend
that-
won't
Marry
let
a
him.
white woman and then have sex with hundreds of black women.
Ugh.
Well, not even black, like ambiguously brown. Like a
Who
Latino
says
type.
that?
I don't know.
Who
Don't
says
look at
that?
me.
What does that even mean?
I have no idea.
It's weird.
Ugh.
It's such a weird statement.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, let's I think he goes into detail of like actual
50
quotes.
Shades of
Exactly.
Brown.
Yeah, there's actually like a Seltzer and
Ah.
Freeberg parody that's 50 Shades of Black. I swear that's a real thing.
Well, yeah, but it's
Unfortunately.
a black comedy, so it's a funny idea. I just don't know what they did with it.
Mm.
It's not like they're making a serious movie called 50 Shades of Black. That was what people made it sound like, and I was like, you got to be kidding me. But no, it's clearly a parody.
Yeah.
Seriously brown.
And
I'm a
Who told
Charles came up with quite a few words that we didn't in that couple of minutes when we were just listing off synonyms.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And there's still more to go.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Hello, Blue.
old
Blue is here.
Yeah, Blue is here.
Hurry and get on, darling. We need you.
Yeah. Yeah, I resent her the link to the stream art. I hope it works, and I hope this allows like 6 people.
Charles
to-
Calkins, some similes: rump, buttocks, buns, back end, backside, bum, bum, big bum, fanboys.
Dumb. Hate it. I honestly would have been very happy if they had course corrected to appeal to big dumb fanboys. At least the big dumb fanboys of Game of Thrones are more refined than the dumb Star Wars fans. They kind of have to be.
Yeah.
And like nobody was happy with this. Everybody was disappointed. Like Joe Rogan roasted the show.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got in a lot of trouble for that.
Really?
Oh
Joe
yeah, people are
Rogan?
all over Joe Rogan right now.
Joe Rogan, Seth Rogen, or both?
Both.
Oh, well, I heard Joe
That's how
Rogan.
you know you done messed up.
I heard somebody say Joe Rogan just now, and I was like,
Yep. Yeah, come on in, Blue.
yeah, people have been all over Joe Rogan for something that he said, but I think you meant Seth Rogen. He was the one that roasted this, right?
Yeah, but like it seemed like the overwhelming response to to Seth Rogen's roast was positive. It should. I think it should be able to accommodate 6 people even on the free version. At least I hope so.
Yeah.
Oh, so
Yeah,
behind me. Oh, dang.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, well.
that's adorable.
Well,
Yeah.
That's okay. Hey, we will miss you. Hopefully, we'll be able to get some of your commentary as the thing goes on. We're halfway through, so we're doing okay.
We're almost there.
We're
I'm still on my
halfway
first
there.
cup.
And there's more bad stuff to come. So
And chewing a potato knish stared at her
ration it out. We're still got a whole lot of crap to get through.
ass. glanced back at Tabachnik, and then resumed staring at her ass. The other men pretended not to stare at her ass, pretended to look up only at appropriate moments, as when the conductor announced something unintelligible, and then sneakily stared back at her ass. When Tabachnik caught them, they would quickly look away. But Tabachnik wanted people to stare at her ass.
There doesn't need to be a whole
Wanted the whole
paragraph about
world.
this. All you have to do is just say they were rubbernecking. That's it. It's over.
Yeah, this is like
It is. Look, it's not. It isn't just that it's like he's obsessed with the word ass. It's specifically that he's saying stared at her ass, stare at her ass, stared at her ass.
It's
like he keeps saying
repetitive.
the same thing. It's just. It's not. It isn't just that
How
it's
did
perverted.
this-
I mean, that's
how
fine.
did
It's
this
more
get
that it's
past
just
an editor.
keeps saying the same thing at the same time.
Editor was
I don't
probably
know.
bribed.
He just keeps saying the same thing over and over. It's very repetitive.
Yeah,
How did the editor not catch this?
I don't know. And the problem, maybe he just said it's part of my style.
Style.
Well,
You don't
Right,
have a right.
right,
You think you have a style?
Wanted people to stare at her ass.
Yeah, and like
It's the
it's
problem
worse.
with staring at her
It's
because
just-
he's got
it's so,
this wedgie and it's weird.
It's silly.
It's like,
Like,
the
there's nothing
editor
wrong with
was
perverted
reading with
language
one
when it's
hand.
appropriate, but this is just silly and immature. You know what I
This
mean?
just silly.
Yeah, this is just gross, and it gets worse.
Like you can write something like this, and even if the whole story isn't about that, you can use very sexual romantic language during an appropriate scene, and then go back
But
to
this
the
is
narrative.
not.
But this is not
But this
that.
is not that.
No, it's
Yeah.
not. No, it's just repetitive and silly. It's like a 13-year-old talking about his teacher's ass.
Yeah, it's like. Oh,
Chewing a finish? Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, and the worst part is, it's the main character wants everybody around him to be jealous of his hot girlfriend that he is on a date with, or whatever.
I mean, maybe it's supposed to be satirical,
No,
but it
it's
just
not
seems kind of out of
satirical.
place.
It's not satirical. Is the worst part. He's doing this seriously.
This is crack written seriously when it should not be. You're saying?
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh, David, you idiot.
You say something like, as she walked into her room, her hips swayed back and forth, and though they couldn't stir back the rubbernecking, they enjoyed it. That's it. That's
Yeah.
acceptable. I just came up with that eating a fucking garlic knot on the fly.
And it was a single sentence. So
You think I'm not a writer? I'm a
not-
23-year-old schmuck eating a fucking garlic knot, and I just said something better than that.
Yeah, and this is actually reminding me of my acquaintance. He's Russian, so he writes really, really long-winded sentences that we have to pare down. And the way he writes is really really awkward too, because native speakers don't talk that way, and yet every single character he writes talks that way. Every single character speaks really awkwardly and long-winded, even when they are supposed to be really blunt. So,
Do you understand life?
do you?
You're tearing me apart, Bennioff.
You can hire an
I
editor
want
for
to
that,
make
though.
them angry.
Only to make them angry. No, but you can hire an editor to fix that.
Yeah, you can. Except he bribed the editor to not do that.
Yeah, why?
Probably because of who his daddy is.
Probably, yeah. His daddy is so rich, it's not even funny.
Yeah, this Benioff is clearly the type of person who's made it through his entire life on Daddy's money and who Daddy is. He's got
And
all of
on
his...
Daddy's coattails.
I guarantee.
In other words,
I hate to say it, but I guarantee his wife didn't marry him out of love. She married him out of money.
yeah.
She
Yeah.
married him for his teeth.
No, I
Well-
wouldn't marry anyone for their teeth. Ugh.
Well, I know that like at one point she admitted, like, I'll have to share that clip of where like she said, like, I'm divorcing my husband because he killed Jon Snow. He was my favorite character. And he's like,
I'm sure she was being silly.
oh yeah, but he's so insecure and such a narcissist that he took it seriously. And in season 8, Jon does nothing, and then there's a bunch of quotes from
my
female characters
God.
about how small he is and short he is.
Jesus.
God damn.
Goldman
Are you
Sachs
serious?
cast.
He is
Yeah,
that
Goldman
self-conscious about a fictional character. Then again, they don't separate the actors from the characters. So
No, they don't. They act as if the actors are the
If your
characters.
wife, chances are, if your wife feels that way, so do the fans.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know what? Make him more masculine and badass. Quit being such a bitch.
it says you're doing something right when the fans are doing that. It's like, no, we like Jon Snow. He's dead now in the series.
I mean, hell, if you are going to take it that seriously, then maybe you need to change, not make the character a failure.
Go to
Yeah.
a gym, lift some weights,
Yeah, I mean,
get a diet,
geez.
seek some therapy to handle your daddy issues.
And quit your alcohol problem so you don't look as puffy.
No, quitting the alcohol. Me and Neph.
seriously, like, I mean, let's actually back up a bit and
Well,
look at that as petty and immature as it is. That's something that I do. I like to compare myself to fictional characters a lot. Usually when I'm trying to improve myself. That doesn't make me want to go write a fan fiction about Batman being lesser than I am. That's pathetic.
No. Yeah, that is pathetic. It's like, I can.
You know what? I'm feeling insecure. I'm gonna write a story where Batman just runs home and tweets all day. Who does that?
Not me,
This guy.
but obviously Bennioff does.
Seriously.
I'll have to show you the interview where it's just like, wow, this explains a lot.
Even fans, when they want to try to write stories where they one up their heroes, it's not because they want to make them lesser, it's because they want to impress their heroes. Like if something happens in the fanfic and they put their self-insert in there that gets like the character through the time or something. This is ridiculous.
Yeah. And it's, well,
They're not writing, they're playing.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Charles says I could never get into Game of Thrones because of how everyone in the main cast was basically a jerk to each other.
Mm-hmm.
That is what it sounds like. And I'm forever glad that I don't have a Twitter account. Yes, me too.
Yeah.
I just use Twitter to retweet all the people that I like. Like I just retweet Literature Devil and Hex Harper and all that. And
yeah, that's probably what I'm going to
Lucky
end up
Jinx
doing when
and
I'm
Zofrats.
Yeah.
I use it just to retweet people that I like.
Yeah,
Yeah,
use it just to keep contact with the people I actually enjoy spending time with, like Zoe.
Yeah.
Because you can control who you're seeing.
Yeah.
So it's useful if you just want to bolster other people up.
I'm probably going to end up doing that when I get a Twitter for my YouTube account then.
Yeah, I use Twitter to not really to like advertise my YouTube stuff, but to like advertise my book.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but well, I only have my YouTube and I haven't done anything with it, so I'm probably gonna just use it to advertise.
Yeah. So let's watch this to get some context for
Hex Harper, Yokai, how about this?
Hex Harper.
He basically does the phone hacking thing from The Dark Knight, but shit posting memes on Twitter. Yeah. Yeah.
It's fantastic. You need to go
Exactly.
look at Hex Harper's Twitter sometime, Yokai. He puts up some of the funniest shit.
Oh, I do. Gets me through the day. He's a funny
Yeah.
man. Funny man.
Alrighty. Well, let's watch this.
People here tonight. They're living in squalor. Do you know these people? We all know each other in Ireland.
I see. How you? Well, the reason I should explain is.
So this is David Bennioff's wife. For everybody who's wondering, this is his wife.
Oh.
Because your husband, David, is one of the executive producers of Game of Thrones, which is really like one of the best shows ever. And I him also. I mean,
I don't love him anymore.
Why? What happened? This is a bombshell.
Jon Snow. I said, if you kill him, that's it.
Oh yeah,
That's it.
Do we know for sure that he killed him?
I'm in the process of getting divorced.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be something?
Kidding.
That would put you right at the top of the list of hardcore fans. That's for sure.
She's funny. I like her.
Yeah.
She also seems like a normal person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
As opposed to this man.
Oh no! I mean, what's she known for?
She's a pretty obscure actress. Let me see. Amanda Peet. Does somebody want to Google her and read off her IMDb page?
I'll do it. I'm the one asking. So.
But yeah.
Make a chicken cutlet while I wait on.
Mm-hmm.
I like Jon Snow too. I didn't want to see him, but that's the show. They killed.
I made him promise me. I begged him. He went out with Kit 2 weeks before the finale.
Kit plays Jon Snow.
I said, I've heard all this stuff. He got a haircut. What's going on? I don't want to divorce you. What's happening? And he said, well, I'm with him right now. I said, well, then send me a picture. I want to see the hair.
The hair is key.
So he sent me a picture and his hair looked normal. And it was like my whole marriage blossomed again. David got laid.
Wow. From you?
A little too much information there, Missy.
No, she's just
Little
having
too
fun.
much.
She's just having fun.
All right.
She's just having fun.
Yeah, she sounds like a fairly normal person. And if Bennioff was a normal guy, he'd have rolled with it and gone, okay, that's what the script calls for, but okay.
She's like, look at me, I'm his giddy wife, and he's like, I'm a weirdo.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be weird.
If he had a choice, he probably would have married an quote unquote ambiguous brown person.
Mm-hmm.
God damn it.
All right, so she's an actress. It looks like she plays a bunch of background characters usually.
Yeah.
So she's an extra.
69 credits. Nice.
I bet that's more credits than he has.
Yep. So she's
by like a lot.
playing a character named Betty Broderick in Dirty John.
Well, hey, I couldn't be an extra in a movie. I give her credit.
Yeah. She has one writing credit for The Chair. I never heard of that before. She's got a producer credit for The Chair.
Oh,
Yeah.
the producer credit. Oh, The Chair. I think that's Bennioff's upcoming Netflix series.
Oh, goody. First thing that popped up on her is that she played Kate Curtis in 2012. That one disaster movie that nobody liked.
2012, I watched that.
Yeah, Roland Emmerich is hit or miss at best.
Yeah.
More often than not, miss.
Yeah, it looks like she does a lot of like short-term characters in TV shows and stuff. So her biggest rise to claim is that she is Bennioff's wife.
Yeah. Charles, you actually that's a good point.
She was joking about the whole divorce thing, and he looked like
I mean,
he
hey,
thought
I
she
wouldn't
was
want
serious.
him. I wouldn't want him taking care of the kids. Hopefully, she's the one taking care of the kid.
No, absolutely not. Keep him away from the kids.
She's like, I'm an extra in the movies. I'm writing stuff. I have 3 kids I'm taking care of. I give her a lot of credit.
There's going to be a point in time where the kids are going to go, I want to know what my dad did. He wrote books. I'm going to read them.
and they're gonna go, "Oh my God, my dad never ever grew up."
Yeah.
Kids are going to be so embarrassed when they find out what type of creep their dad was.
Yeah,
Indeed.
no kidding.
Let's keep going, shall we?
Yeah, she's a busy lady. He's just a nut job. She's got to babysit him all day. And she's got to take care of 3 kids. And she's playing extras in the movies. I couldn't do none of that shit.
No, I couldn't.
So I give her a lot of credit, you know?
Yeah.
Especially dealing with a husband like that. What a fucking nut job.
Yeah.
Go, Madam Bennioff.
Talking about black women's asses while she's taking care of the kids. You fucking kidding me?
Well, it's actually weird. It is specifically brown, not African black. Like it's more like Latino or Thai.
I don't want to talk about this anymore.
You're on the
There's something wrong with me. I feel like there's something wrong with me for having an opinion about it.
Yeah, you would never think this would be something you have to defend, or well, I guess we're not defending this. What's the opposite of defend?
That we're having to take a look at attack this specific weirdness. Like you can see why I wanted. Oh, go for it. Sorry. You can see why I wanted Smud to cover this.
Yeah, Smud's a fool. So much content. Good, juicy content.
So much content, and then I bet if I just cover this stuff, I'd get monetized really quickly.
Yeah. Yeah. Right now, I'm like,
oh, we lost Yokai.
Oh.
Where'd Yokai go?
Where Yokai?
I like to think that writing shows a bit of your inner self, your ideologies, your worldviews, your bias, which is why I'm so disappointed seeing my writing peers in college writing so much dark stuff. Yes.
Yeah, it's a real pessimistic time.
Yeah, I'll occasionally dabble in dark stuff, but it's not often. I have like 2 or 3
Yeah,
books.
and I'm writing something that has the characters trying to cut off a zombie apocalypse at the knees. But they're going to have to work pretty hard at it. And mostly the work is lighthearted, shall we say. Not... I mean, it's not writing...
It's not parody, but you have at least like it's not dour in tone, like Batman v Superman.
Yeah,
for example.
It's not dour, and real life is depressing enough. Why would I want to read something that depresses me even more?
Yeah, we want some hope.
Yeah,
we want somebody to just tell us, "Hey, it's going to be okay." All right.
Yeah,
I'm going to be okay with this.
Yeah.
Let's go back to talking about asses.
Whoever thought that you'd say that.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's keep going.
God, I hope I have enough wine. I might have to go get more.
I might have to make a second cup. I'm almost done with it.
I'm half done with my glass of wine. Maybe I shouldn't have gotten a wine glass.
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah. So let's...
When George R.R. Martin writes sex scenes, they're pure poetry, each one more beautiful than the last, but sex scenes in Bennioff's books are just cheap smut. I'm not surprised.
So there's actually some really weird lines in a couple of George's books.
I heard you talking about it on one of your live streams. It's like she has some weird ways of describing breasts.
Well,
no, that's Robert Jordan. He just says bosoms all the time. With George R. R. Martin, he uses the analogy "fat pink mass."
Yeah.
Fat pink what?
Fat pink mast.
That sounds like a band name.
Oh. Yes, it does. Because,
Yeah.
well, I would expect him to use, the usual words that people use when describing these.
And also, Mirish Swamp was the other phrase that he uses.
That's weird.
That doesn't sound very attractive.
No, it doesn't. Like bags of sand. But sand is rough and coarse and it gets
It's everywhere.
And these things are supposed to be soft.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Or George R. R. Martin has some weird, slightly there's even a comment that says pure poetry, fat pink mast, Mirish Swamp. Okay. And the guys and Dragon in air quotes says each one more beautiful than the last.
Yeah. Oh, maybe I should force myself to read the books so I can cover them too.
Oh yeah, they get Game of Thrones channels get a lot of Game of Thrones and A Song of Ice and Fire channels get a lot of traction. Even after the show, a lot of them are still reading the books and they're still covering the books and they're still doing really well.
Yeah, it's because the trash fire that was the season kind of brought a lot of attention to it from people who weren't fans like us.
Yeah, I might I might need to kind of change this to Game of Thrones / Star Wars showrunner just so I can get more traction on these videos.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did he read Kinoko Nasu's visual novels or something? I'm pretty sure Nasu has better vocabulary than Bennioff ever will.
Yeah,
Nasu is the writer of the Fate series.
Yeah.
So it looks like I might torture myself for doing this because I don't like stuff that has a lot of swearing in it. But if it'll get me monetized in a hurry, I'll do it. And it'll give me tons and tons of material to work with. Oh, dear Lord.
Yeah.
Dramatic reading commentary. Here I come. Oh, boy.
There's only a few gaffes, don't worry.
I'm sure.
But sometimes when they come out, it's weird. It's really weird.
I'm probably going to read some of the books and while recording and just go, oh my God, I want to rewrite this so that it's not as coarse.
Or rough or irritating.
It gets everywhere.
Yeah. Ah.
Yeah. Well, maybe I should read the passage where it shows up. Where I know exactly, I know where to find it because it's just wait, what?
Yep. Oh, man.
And apparently there's a couple in Dance with Dragons, but I haven't listened to that one yet. I have it in my queue, though.
We're never getting they're coming.
No, I don't think I'm ever going to listen to these as audiobooks because I have a hard time watching stuff I have a hard time watching stuff that gets really, really
raunchy.
No, not raunchy. I've told you I've watched porn. But
I didn't know you were serious.
I have. So I can read past the cringe and stuff and the profanity, but I have a hard time watching stuff like that. So,
Martin reading Nasu. I think he probably has. He's a comic book fan.
Yeah.
Sugar Armand's a really big comic book fan. Like he loves Stan Lee specifically. Like he loves Marvel quite a bit.
Yeah.
Like he's a legit comic book geek.
Yeah. And you would think that Marvel would have jumped on the chance to have their sales go up like astronomically, and yet when people were going in to ask about the comics, the characters were, oh, here's Captain America. Wait, why is he going Hail Hydra?
Yeah.
Nice woman. And
Welcome
who
back
the hell is Riri Williams?
Hey, you hear me? Everybody hear me?
Welcome
Hey,
back,
you're right
Yokai.
back.
The ambiguous. Your compute. I love your comment. My computer ambiguously crashed. How wrong.
That was how bad the situation was. My computer couldn't handle it. Pulled me out.
Even your computer was done with this.
Yeah, I'm about this stuff. Peace.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Let's keep going.
Is the audio not on?
Are we
I
changing
don't
the
hear
world?
anything.
Oh, what?
Yeah, I'm not hearing anything either.
We're changing the world, people.
Changing the world.
Yeah, we are.
That's strange. Strange.
Is your audio checked?
It should be. Let me restart it.
Okay.
Real quick. I thought I had it. It's so dumb. So annoying.
I'm really gonna have to see if Glitches and Pros isn't taken yet.
Glitches and Pros?
Yeah.
What's that? A title?
Times that and proposing now if it's always sunny in Philadelphia, I'll try and find YouTube clips of this to link below. As the plot of that episode progresses, there reaches a point where Dennis Reynolds tries to get a movie based on his book of erotica. That he's so vain that he tries to get a movie or short film based on his fictional erotic memoir. Bennioff did the same thing in real life. I'm not making this up. It's on Internet Movie Database. He's admitted it didn't even sell well, that it was a loss for his publisher. They did it as a favor, making this book of short stories. That 2 years later, he put out, produced, and self-directed a short 25-minute film of When the Nines Roll Over. I mean, specifically the first of those 8 stories, the one titled When the Nines Roll Over, starring Tabachnik. And I am not shitting you on this. The actor he cast as Tabachnik, his author insert character, was Adam Scott, who plays Ben on Parks and Recreation. So it's this high-budgeted short.
Yeah.
Oh.
The self-insert creepiness never ends.
Yes, it doesn't ever. Ugh.
Yeah. It's really bad. This is a gold mine. This is amazing.
Yeah, it is. Holy.
Oh.
Holy Jesus. What is that? What the fuck is that?
Well, no shit.
Yeah, no shit. Oh, God.
Now let's keep going. Let's see what
I
else.
need to
Film
rewatch that movie soon.
How did you get this much money for this? From your father? I have no idea. At a loss? Is it normal or frequent for short stories to be adapted into short films? I'm not even sure where it aired exactly. Was it for an art house thing or some kind? Maybe there was an innocuous reason for it. So you're seeing in live action that Adam Scott basically looks like David Bennioff. He's tall, dark-haired, and with angular features. And this is not just written by Bennioff, it's directed by Bennioff, who does not have a cinematography degree. And it's just, I've seen clips of this on Vimeo. I haven't been able to find the whole thing. Him ranting about how inferior he feels to other people who are more skilled at things than he is, so then he cheats them out of things to feel better. Just, this is real. So, going through all of that you are really self-absorbed and you are indulging in your power fantasies to the point you self-produced a short film based on your short story, starring your author insert character, where the plot is he's banging music band leads and models.
Yep.
I'm gonna be the one to say this. The actor is more handsome, significantly more handsome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at least
another one from Hex Harper. Is this really a memoir? Sounds more like a wish list.
Yeah.
Damn, Hex Harper.
Damn, Hex.
Hex, save some of the spice for tomorrow's stream. All right, we're going to need it.
Yeah, you're going to need something to cleanse your palate after this.
Yeah.
So, how's everybody feeling so far? We're at the halfway point. So, how's everybody feeling?
I feel tired.
I feel like we haven't quite touched the pièce de résistance yet.
Oh,
I still have half my glass of wine, so it should be good for a while.
I am sitting here with my Italian food, listening to Zelda music, and I still think this guy is shit.
So hopefully some of their audience members who are still awake come over here.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Alrighty, let's keep going.
Oh dear. Let's see. Did we get any? No, we didn't.
No.
I don't think they sent anyone here.
Now, all I know is that apparently some big fight happened between Shiny and whatever video they were covering.
Shiny and who?
Whatever video.
I think they were covering a Movie Bob video. And
no, they were covering something else.
Yeah, apparently it got Shiny pissed.
Shiny fought with the video?
Yeah, something like that.
The video is called Star Wars Fans Have Ruined the Franchise for Me, apparently.
Ooh.
Yeah, let's keep going. We're halfway through. Let's keep going. Let's finish this.
Why can't they just let it be terrible?
Why do they have to have standards?
Standards. This is basic of writing. This is basic human decency that he is.
Shut up and consume. Consume product. Be excited for more product.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing. At least in this case, Bennioff has kind of violated standards of human decency.
He has violated every single standard I can think of, and probably a few that I can't.
I wish I could come up with a character this disgusting.
There is a character that's this disgusting.
Yeah, it's Mr. Plinkett.
No, not the one I was thinking of. Okay, I'll tell you, Beth. No,
Right.
I'll tell
Plinkett
you about
has
it later.
taste in media.
These writers are like Palpatine without his competence.
Or his charisma.
Yes. Yes, I agree.
They're Palpatine and Rise of Skywalker.
Oh, good. Yeah. Yeah, they are. They are that bad. Oh, God.
Let's keep going, shall we?
One pattern I saw in Bennioff's writings is that the sexual interest for his Mary Sue author insert characters, they're very frequently Latina. Or, and this is crucial, ethnically ambiguous brown. Sometimes they're also Thai or Filipino. I noticed this because he goes on long rants in them, specifically about how exotic and alluring they are, because it's difficult to determine exactly what their ethnicity is. That he hit you over the head.
So yeah, you see what I was saying about like what like happens.
This guy's a weirdo.
Yeah, this guy is weird.
Oh man.
I told you it got better. Or told you it got worse. Did it? Was I
He's
correct?
a weirdo. Nobody says that.
Yeah.
Why would you say that?
So, Dr. Crow.
Hey, baby, I can't tell where you're from. Want to go out?
Dr. Crow, was I correct? Did it get worse?
It's constantly. It's just constantly going down.
Yeah, it is. It is. It is.
Does he
And
have,
we
like, a
even
mental
watched this
problem?
part already.
He
Is he
does have-
autistic? Because
I
the
don't
only
think so.
excuse at this point is that he has actually something mentally wrong with him.
I know that he has chronic medical narcissism.
That doesn't count. Having does not count.
Okay, well he for sure has MPD at least.
He has an oddly specific obsession with sexual prose about Latino women.
Yeah. Let's
Not
keep
even
going.
well written.
Yeah, let's keep
It's not
going.
even hot. Well, I'm gonna come out and say it. The way he writes it isn't even hot.
No,
Yeah.
it's not.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
at least be able to back it up.
Yeah.
You're gonna walk through the door of taboo bullshit. At least be good at talking about it. What the hell's wrong with him?
Well, maybe I'll read one of my raunchy scenes eventually. Eventually, to contrast with this BS.
Yeah, I bet you write your smut way, way better than Bennioff does. It's not that hard.
Oh boy.
You wonder what his pickup lines must sound like. It's like, "Are you from Mexico?" Because, damn it, I know
It's
this
getting
one.
steamy in here. Doesn't even make any sense.
Yeah, it keeps getting better. It keeps getting worse. It's gonna get worse.
I don't
Edit
doubt
this.
that.
I'm not even reading into it. Now, when I say brown or ambiguously brown, I'm specifically referring to tvtropes.com. I refer to that a lot in my videos. That they have a trope called ambiguously brown for in real life too. That actors who, well, they're kind of Middle Eastern, they could play a Semitic role or Hispanic. That they can shift between a couple of things because they look kind of in the median of what ethnic appearance is. But that's a whole trope already. And I just want to emphasize to everyone, please, in the
But
comments.
what he's saying is a little different. He like wants to watch hentai about it.
What?
Well, what he's saying is that he wants to watch hentai about that trope.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
That's
there
what
is hentai about that trope already. If he wants
Then
to
look
watch
it up
he
and
can
shut
watch
up.
it. Yeah. My
Instead of your
sentiments
poorly
exactly.
written, read a doujinshi. Instead of this weird shit. Go read a doujin. You're done.
Yeah.
Dojin, how the fuck you say it?
Yeah, it's Dojin.
Dojin? Alright.
If it's OU, that means the O is supposed to be long.
Okay.
That's how it works.
Yep.
You learn something new every day talking shit about these people.
Yeah. Was there a point where you said, I feel like an asshole talking about this?
I do. I feel like an asshole just having an opinion about it. Like, what is this?
It's like...
This is a deep, deeply disturbing gaze into the mind of a narcissist.
Yes. Deeply disturbing.
Yeah.
I mean, I can be narcissistic myself, but I'm not a weirdo about it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I try to figure it out, and then I try to stop. I don't start talking about black people.
Oh, man.
Alrighty. Let's keep going.
Yeah.
Without offending anyone, and that is not my intent. I made an eye-catching title to this, because what was I going to put in the title on YouTube? How long would ambiguously brown-looking woman of undetermined ethnicity who is therefore alluring? That's not a catchy title. It's too long to fit in the title card here. So I made the title to sarcastically highlight, I don't think that. I'm sarcastically imitating and presenting what I think his worldview is, okay? So when I say Bennioff thinks brown women are hot, that's what Bennioff thinks, I believe. I don't like using that terminology. I'm sarcastically quoting the way he thinks.
Background, the more lube I need.
Anyone of
Bennioff,
ambiguous
probably.
ethnicity, middle feature.
Yeah, probably. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, I can find other women hot. Wonder Woman, she's hot.
Yeah, Gal Gadot is a very attractive woman.
What's her name? Black Widow's actress. She's hot.
Scarlett
Johansson.
Scarlet.
I was about to say
The one who
Scarlet
plays
Witch.
Scarlet Witch. She's hot too.
Catherine Zeta-Jones, back in the day, Zorro.
Good old Catherine Zeta-Jones.
Or
Isn't like nostalgia critic hella into Catherine Zeta-Jones?
Oh yeah, he is. It's a joke. It's a running joke. It's like Catherine Zeta-Jones.
Yeah, I saw that.
I don't care if you have a thing for rotting old flesh. One day you will be mine.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that exact episode back when Nostalgia Critic was good. Like, some of his, like, radical leftist views are actually sneaking into his work now.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So, like, that's why I'm saying back when he was good. I'm not, like, saying let's cancel him just because he's radical leftist. No, it's actually sneaking into his work.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
And yet he has more subs than I will probably dream of unless I'm working at this for years.
Yeah, but at least you're not a piece of shit.
Well, the unfortunate thing is Doug Walker is kind of a piece of garbage based on the Channel Awesome expose document.
Explain. Now I'm curious.
Well, like you haven't heard of the Channel Awesome controversy where they were like horrifically overworking the Channel Awesome contributors, and
I didn't know that.
Yeah, look up Change the Channel.
Yeah.
Mm.
I haven't done, like, I watched the Cinematic Venom, who, like, I want to watch his Lord of the Rings sucks video eventually.
Lord of the Rings is so good.
Ooh, that's a very unpopular view to have.
Yeah, and
It's not just that it's an unpopular view; it's a very low-resolution statement. You can say something more specific that people are more inclined to agree with.
Yeah, he thinks that
Yeah.
the acting and the dialogue are bad.
The acting and the dialogue are bad.
That's his main
no.
criticism.
I may not like.
Okay,
that-
wait. The only thing that he could possibly say about that is that it overutilizes exposition. The issue is, I recently watched it, so I can actually respond. The thing is, the use of exposition is actually rather clever because they're always communicating something of necessity to someone that has no reason to know that information. So it doesn't break immersion. Like, for example, when Gandalf is explaining to Frodo what exactly the ring's power, the power the ring holds, he has every reason in the world to tell him that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's never really overbearing. They usually say something very specific, and then later on, they'll say something else as it's called into question. The world building is very complementary to the exposition, and the exposition is very complementary to the immersion.
Yeah, it's like, so who here has seen the Ralph the Movie Maker Joker video?
No.
It's like that.
I may not like Lord of the Rings, but I would not say that the acting was poor in those movies or the dialogue.
He's also kind of he also says that like certain characters that he likes, like Lurtz or Wormtongue, should have had more screen time, and he finds the characters boring.
That's a very egocentrical statement.
Yeah, it's very.
Could it be that he just doesn't like the movies and he likes the books better?
Oh no, he hates both.
Oh.
Well, then maybe it's just not his cup of tea, but he seems to be saying it as if it's an objective statement.
Which is the weird thing, because he likes Narnia and Harry Potter, and even makes comparisons to Harry Potter throughout the video, which is weird.
Harry Potter is not very well written, because it seems like every book, Rowling forgot what happened in the book before it, or books before it.
Plus, not to mention Hermione was in a wheelchair the whole time.
Oh,
don't
remind me. I don't know how that would work. It's like, what? Did the stairs suddenly become ramps for her? Some of those staircases looked particularly
steep.
Yes, steep is the word I was looking for.
Heaven forbid one of them moves on her while she's rolling up to it.
Yeah.
She kind of forgot about that feature of the staircase, didn't she? They do it once
she
in the
must
first
have.
book, and they never moved
and
again.
Then we never see them do it again.
She went insane.
We never see them move.
She wrote a pretty good series, and then she went insane. Harry Potter is actually... Look, Harry Potter is actually... like, the stories themselves are very inspiring for adolescent people.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the stories themselves.
But she just went insane.
Yeah.
And I haven't read the book, so I can't comment on her prose.
I think her prose is relatively good, especially since she's like most of the time in Harry's head. So
yeah, her prose is fine. It's just that she writes as if.
She has to retcon things like the ghost thing she had to fix later on when because essentially if you have ghosts of people walking around, that's really breaks the world and makes death meaningless. So she had to actually lampshade it by having a ghost talk about, hey, sometimes ghosts, you don't come back as a ghost, you only come back as a ghost if you are scared of going into the great beyond. which is what's happened to a specific character in.
It sounds a little bit sloppy because
Yeah.
in the first few movies,
Why
particularly
not?
I think the first or second movie, the ghosts were very lighthearted takes.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
why
weren't-
not just use the usual explanation of they had unfinished business?
Yeah, like they were like Luigi's Mansion ghosts. Like it was very lighthearted and cute.
Yeah.
So I don't.
Why not?
I think she was trying to make the series darker as the viewers grew older. And I think for the
Can't
most
tell
part,
that about the seventh book.
As she grew
well,
up.
hold on. I think for the most part, at least in the movies, it worked. I actually really liked it. But then when you start retconning stuff like the ghosts, I don't know if that made it in the movies. Did they retcon of the
It
ghosts
didn't.
make it to the movies? It didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's only in the books.
Okay. Well then.
The way I always looked at those is that, okay, these are ghosts. That means that these ghosts had unfinished business that they never got to do. So they never moved on. And so like Bins, for instance, he teaches history, right? So perhaps his unfinished business was writing a history book or something. Ooh, jeez, I'm getting an idea of a Luigi's Mansion Harry Potter crossover. Go for it.
That's
Anything
better
more
than mine.
Wizard Luigi.
What would happen if Bennioff died in the Harry Potter universe?
We're really
Cedric
tangenting. We're
Diggory was more than happy to
This is a
peace out. He
disturbing
had
topic.
Twilight money to
don't wanna
make.
talk about this.
Can you just picture that? Just picture that for a moment. You're a wizard, Luigi.
this is the weird.
You get
this
a
is-
Luigi like levitating and shit.
And Mario too, now that I think about it.
It's a me, Mario.
A conversation
Leviosa.
with Voldemort. That'd be awesome.
That would be funny.
I think it'd be funnier if Mario was like the bystander. Like he just comes home and sees Luigi levitating and doing like Dragon Ball Z shit. What the fuck is this?
Yeah, I love that we're basically just coming up with any topic to get away from talking about
It's just we're talking about Luigi.
Yeah,
Let's
but
just
Luigi
sink in for a moment. We're
be
talking
going
about
to-
fucking Luigi now.
Luigi would be going to, I think it was Bobat's home instead of Hogwarts, though.
Probably, yeah. Bobaton.
Cedric Diggory was really happy to peace out. He had Twilight to make.
Thank you, Hex Harper. Do you want to come on, Hex Harper? I'd be down to send you a link.
Come on, Hex.
Yes,
join us.
please, Hex, please.
Get up here.
Please come, please.
This guy's driving us nuts. We're talking about Luigi.
We're talking about friggin'
Luigi is winning by doing nothing.
Yeah, by doing absolutely nothing. He's become the subject of conversation.
I figured we'd probably become an episode of EFAT like this. Oh, man.
I don't know if EFAP is this bad. Talking about Luigi.
They can get pretty bad sometimes.
Yes. This is why I kept my mouth shut when we were going over Battle of the Bastards, because if I knew that if I started talking about what was done to Star Wars, we'd go off on a tangent.
Yep. But here we are. Oh, sure. Alrighty. Hex Harper is saying that he will come on. Alright.
Yay.
Yeah! Woohoo! Yay! Luigi just flips there and waits for the golden stitch to come to him.
I'm not gonna win the game of Quidditch.
10 points to Gryffindor. Oh, yeah. Luigi the winner. This is so stupid. This is so stupid.
Oh man, it's like, but this is like, it's ambiguously brown. That is,
I've changed my mind. Let's keep talking about Luigi. I don't want to hear it.
Ambiguously brown, yeah. Yep.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Yeah, about ambiguously brown women, Neph, you had something to say.
Yeah. I was going to say that I find that to be insulting to brown people.
Mm-hmm.
I know that some people can't tell, but most of the time you can. Because how brown your skin is depends on where you live, right? And how much melanin you have in your skin.
Yep.
So a Filipino and a Hispanic should be fairly distinct.
Boy. Good opinion.
Yeah. Alrighty.
Yeah.
Alrighty, let's keep going.
Oh dear.
Resulting from Southern Europe, Greek, Arabic, Turkic, Semitic, South Asian, Thai, Malay, Filipina, Latina, biracial people. And he goes on like this, another dramatic reading. She didn't look like a Molly Minx. Tabachnik wasn't sure what a Molly Minx should look like, but not this. He guessed that she was Thai. She prowled the stage in a bottle green metallic mesh mini dress so short that Tabachnik kept dipping his knees and tilting his head to see if he could spot her underwear. Did not spot her underwear. Her face was broad and serene below her bleached hair. Was she Thai or Filipino? And later on, you find out her real name is.
Fuck out of here.
So, welcome, Hex. So, what do you think of that, Hex?
I just came in when she said, "Is she Thai or Filipino?" I'm like, oh fuck, God.
Her real name is Prajat Hawk? I think that's how you pronounce that.
Let's
she's Thai.
Yeah. So,
Kept
so what are
his knees to tilting his head so you can spot her underwear.
He's a real sleazebag. I would not go out with a guy like that who was trying to look
And
up
this is
my
a self-insert.
skirt.
Yeah.
This is not like he's writing a perverted character. This is a self-insert. This is him.
I would almost prefer.
This is what people.
Issei.
This is what people pretend successful white guys are like.
Yeah.
Oh, I would. No, not almost.
Like by default.
I would prefer Hiyudo Issei to this guy because at least with Issei, I know where his gaze would be, but he would also know not to do anything but look unless he had my express permission to do something else. This guy I would expect to grope me if he had even half the chance.
Yeah.
These are the type of people. These people are the reason why a lot of women carry pepper spray in their purses.
If he's lucky.
Or worse.
Yeah. So, Hex Harper, what do you think of the reading on the screen?
I would probably feel a bit more comfortable rereading Reki Kawahara's really awkward sex scenes than having to deal with this.
Oh yeah. His chapter 16.5 is much better than this direct.
And that has the line 2 years of semen.
Yes. 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 Just yes. Ugh.
Also,
Look how long he goes on about this. Like, one of the first sentences is him guessing that she's Thai, and then all the way at the bottom, I assume she's Thai. You already said, like, it just goes on and on.
No. This is the person who made the last one is the line in
That's the editor commentary.
Yeah.
This whole screen is about whether she's Thai or not.
Yeah.
No, I'm serious.
Was she?
Look at the first paragraph and then look at the last paragraph.
And it's basically like he's trying to get an upskirt.
To what
Is she
effect?
Thai?
Victoria's Secrets exist. This is not complicated.
Yeah.
Yeah, and oh my god.
That's cute. So Hex Harper, like, you just barely joined us. What have been your thoughts so far? Like, illuminate us.
First off, nice to meet you, Lord Dunn, and nice to meet you, Drake
Nice
the
to meet
Duelist,
you
as
too,
well, and good to see everyone else. But oh my god,
yeah.
It's amazing. It's amazing that we have to have an opinion on this.
Yeah.
Where
I feel like a jackass.
It's where do we even start?
Yeah,
I don't need to read books on how to write a freaking TV show. I probably didn't read anything on how to write a book.
Yeah, he probably didn't. But this is the guy who says he doesn't read manuals because it makes him feel stupid. The manuals are written not to make you feel stupid, but to teach you something. Because until you read the books or until you read the manuals, you are stupid. I'm sorry.
It seems like it actually looks like he's trying to, when you analyze the text, it looks like he's actively just trying to fill a word limit.
Yeah.
I don't
Tabachnik kept dipping his knees and tilting his head to see if he could spot her underwear. He could not spot her underwear. Just say he couldn't. Why are you trying so hard to fill all these words?
Much to my dismay, I could not spy on her panties.
I am not the anime protagonist.
It was just really weird.
Sorry. Yeah,
I could
it's
not
like
see panties through long hair.
I wonder what they smell like.
Ew. Ugh.
We're grossing ourselves.
Yeah. Let's keep going, shall we?
No.
Yes!
Oh boy.
Don't say it like that. We'll be thinking the weird
The faster we get through it, the faster we can hang ourselves later.
Yes. Oh man.
Name, I Googled it, so. And it goes on like this. He unzipped her catsuit. Her skin was beautiful, the color of a cinnamon stick, and it flushed in the places where his mouth went.
Oh.
The color of a cinnamon stick.
A cinnamon stick? Seriously? Oh, good lord.
Why not just say the color of cinnamon?
Yeah.
That's
why
a
not?
way more attractive way of saying that.
Her skin was beautiful like cinnamon. There you go. Done. No, he wants
Her
to talk
cinnamon
about
skin was
food because he
beautiful.
wants to eat
There.
her up.
Oh
He's gonna
my
be
god.
weird.
Then there's a typo right there.
There's lots of typos.
Her skin was beautiful. He color of a cinnamon stick.
Now we don't know if that was the guy making the video. Or not.
Yeah, that's true. It could have been the guy making the video.
Yeah.
True.
Because there's been a lot of those.
Yeah.
I've seen numerous typos already.
Yeah,
But he has no editor. So how much of this is the guy actually doing the video and how much of this is Bennioff?
I wouldn't put it past him.
I think if it was Bennioff, the editor would have pointed it out.
I hope so.
He has no editor. He basically bribed people to greenlight
No, the
his
video
stuff.
editor. If the guy making the video was noticing a typo, he would probably not hesitate to point it out.
Yeah.
Let's keep going. Let's keep going, shall we?
Mm-hmm.
Page after page of this. Now, the order I looked at his stuff in, I actually read that before I looked at the DVD commentary for 25th Hour. I did that the day after I read that. So, exposed in that order, Bennioff recorded a solo DVD commentary track for the film of 25th Hour, and it has a lot of revealing or bizarre quotes in it. In fact, if you do nothing else, get out a copy of this DVD from your local library. Most would have it, because it's a Spike Lee movie. That I went in the wrong order, that I went through watching 3 hours worth of all of his old YouTube interviews from before Game of Thrones and reading his books, and it turns out that every major shocking reveal that you have in those interviews was basically condensed into the 2-hour commentary for 25th Hour. Like every 5 minutes, he'll bring up another one of these bizarre things about himself that prior to that I had to hunt down across a dozen different interviews. So it is very succinct, and it's full of stuff like him admitting, I avoid using flashbacks simply because they're complex and I'm bad at them, that I've never read a screenwriting manual. There's even a point where he gets introspective and admits, I tend to write scenes where the actors don't talk a lot, and I wonder if that's because I'm not a good writer. No, of course not. I'm playing to the actor's strength. It's everything you would need to see what he really is beneath the mask is in the commentary for 25th Hour. Go out and get.
So, I notice. Well, flashbacks are tools that are hard to use, so a lot of people just don't use them. That's what I've noticed. So
flashbacks are one of the hardest things for me to do. I intend to figure it out. I'm not just going to give up.
I have
I'm a
used,
schmuck. Mind you, I'm a schmuck. I'm not like this guy. I'm not in this position. I want to figure it out.
Of course you're not. Even your first try using a flashback would be better than any of his, Yokai. I know that I've used flashbacks, but I found that I don't like to use them, so I don't. Because it makes it kind of confusing what's going on. But that's me, personally, and that's probably a little bit of my bias shining through as a writer. But I have used them, and I've decided that I don't like using them. Yeah?
Oh, I was just going to say, it kind of depends. I find, it really depends on, the book, since for my first 2 Dark Queen books, I didn't utilize flashbacks in terms of consistently, but what I did in book 3 was I jumped back and forth between chapters, because I'll have a chapter in the present, and then I'll have a chapter in the past, and I'll switch back so that the audience knows where it's at, and that allowed me to kind of develop a few things in the forward future. And that's kind of what Brandon Sanderson did in Way of Kings, where he'll do a chapter, most of the chapters, and then he'll have a flashback chapter after or 2, and then he'll go back to the main story, and the main story will be affected by the past story in some way, shape, or form, or will give context to more of the main story.
Am I so bad at writing?
Dunn,
No,
we spoke
it's
about
the
this
readers who are
actually. It's funny that we're bringing this up.
Yeah?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's helping me with flashbacks.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna be his editor, and it might be more than it might. So like, just so you're aware, like it might be a little bit more than like $100, since the usual editing thing is like $2,000.
Yikes!
I got you.
Yeah, it's a lot of money. So I can we can work something out probably, but
It'll
it's gonna
take me a
quite
long
while.
time to get to that point anyway.
Yeah. But yeah, like if it's like a flashback, like I'll try to like either build up to the moment in a flashback, but where like I'll have like backstory that's hinted at in the present, and then I'll be going back and I'll be telling the story sequentially and having two parallel stories going on that will kind of inform on each other. That's how I usually write flashbacks, where it's like two concurrent stories happening at the same time.
Okay.
I try not to kind of have them out of nowhere. I don't really like utilizing it like that.
Yeah.
Alrighty, let's keep going, shall we?
Get it. As it relates to this right now, there's a point where, unprompted, let me stress this because it's a solo DVD commentary, no one else is in the room with him. There's a point where Bennioff goes on a long rant denying that Rosario Dawson's Puerto Rican girlfriend character is exotic. He goes, unprompted, just going, oh yes, this is her. Her name is Naturel. But he gives her this exotic name, and she's Puerto Rican, she's Rosario Dawson, she's beautiful, and her whole character arc is, I'm wearing this beautiful dress for him because it's the last day before he goes to prison, that she's not really fleshed out as a person. And just unprompted, there's a point where he stops and goes, is she exotic? Well, I don't know. I wouldn't call her exotic. What? Who's calling her exotic? I'm not calling her exotic. And he trails off incoherently. And this is what TVTropes.com calls
suspiciously specific denial.
Denial. Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah.
A suspiciously specific denial that unprompted.
No, sir, I didn't see you playing with your dolls again.
With other people.
Very good. That's out of Spaceballs.
Yeah. And there's actually one specific little element that's really bad that's going to come up in a little bit. That I'm excited to see what your guys' thoughts are.
Well, before this, he starts defending himself. Who said she's exotic? Is she exotic? I don't know. And it's, wait, what? So, in the context, you're lining these up in the context of, I just finished reading these bizarre short stories in which every main romantic lead is either Latina or ethnically ambiguous. That one that was Thai and he couldn't tell if she was Filipino. And then this rant about, is the Puerto Rican character exotic? Just those two together, I noticed the trend. On top of that, now, if you're bringing this up, Bennioff writes the same author insert character into everything. Even when he experiments with making the lead character in one short story a woman, basically all he did was change the pronouns, that women don't talk like this. That her reactions are his reactions.
I remember that. Oh, good Lord.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but you'll have to read an excerpt for me to tell you if that's actually true or not. But I'm betting that it is.
I'll have to. I don't know where it's at, but I'll have to find it or something. Yeah.
Now I'm just kind of curious. Obviously, it wouldn't be a comparison of writing because they're both terrible. But who has a bigger ego, Bennioff or Onision?
Oh, okay, so I'm not the only one who mentioned him this stream.
Bennioff. I'd say Bennioff for sure.
Wow.
I'd say Bennioff because, like,
Onision started a cult.
Benioff has never killed God in a story, so.
Okay, maybe Onision's worse. I don't know much about Onision. Like, I just
all of his books are terrible, and they're kind of disturbing.
I've heard. Yeah, let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Is the same as all the other characters. The tone is the same. And in the last of the 8 short stories, he even tries to write a homosexual man. And again, all he basically does is change the pronouns from in this case, the romantic object, and changes the body parts referenced, of course, but the style doesn't change from the other characters. When he's describing having Tabachnik having sex with Molly Minx, in this case, it's the same style, it's just cut and paste. Hector was a surprise Puerto Rican from the Bronx. Hector wanted me to forget myself, to drop everything and do him here and now. His muscles rippled as he stretched his arm, as he stared at me with dark eyes. My hands slid over him from the sharp V of his pelvic girdle to the skin around his nut brown nipples. And it's...
Oh, good lord.
You're just describing sets of body parts.
Yeah.
Oh, the V of his pelvic girdle?
Yep.
That's
disgusting.
Yeah.
That's very disgusting.
You can
There are-
see why. Yeah, this is why I wanted to cover all of this stuff, because it's really, really weird.
Yeah.
There are better ways to describe that part of the body to make it more attractive.
He's always emphasizing how not white they are.
Yeah. It's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's keep going, shall we? Let's keep
Something
going.
tells me he likes chocolate ice cream.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Arts without, like, if this was, I've seen fiction written by women where stylistically it's more emotion, there's more build up to it, that all you did was change the body parts. The approach isn't really different to how other people would do this. Or this, or the one where he made the main character a woman describing her attraction to a man. He is not good at getting into the mindset of other people the way George R. R. Martin is. And I want to stress this, a repeated pattern I've seen throughout his works is that Bennioff writes women purely as sex objects, as prizes the main character can be rewarded with.
Oh,
but they don't have their own.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not surprised by this. How old is he again?
He's like late 40s.
And he writes as if he was still a teenager. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I think that if you're writing a Pulp Fiction story, that works. This is not Pulp Fiction, and I don't think he could write Pulp Fiction.
No, I don't think he could either.
He will turn 50 this year.
Oh. He's 50 years old. He should be better at writing than this.
Like if you're writing
He
Conan or
should be.
something, then this works, but not in the manner that he's doing it.
So,
there has to be a very clear set of principles that the main protagonist follows, simplistic goals, simplistic rewards, and those rewards can be sexual, but it doesn't really work in what he's going for.
But Conan is way more satisfying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when the Nines rolls all over came out in 2005 when he was 34.
Oof.
Like, I don't think that this is. I don't think it's
Lord,
sexist
he's
or
not much
racist. I just
older.
think it's
He wasn't
asinine.
much older than I am when he published this, and I write better than this. I write fanfic, and I still write better than this. Ugh.
Most people, I'd say, like, Stephanie Meyer actually writes better than this.
Oh.
Look, I'll say it again.
Does
I don't
anybody
think this
disagree
is
with that?
like. I don't find this to be particularly offensive. I just think it's asinine.
Yeah, it's really stupid, and it's amazing
Yeah.
that it is amazing that he lacks so much self-awareness that he blabs this on a commentary on a DVD
Yeah, like
that is
exactly.
publicly
Like if you're
available.
writing a story where the main character rescues a princess and then the princess falls in love with him, you can write that in a very. It's the same idea, but you'll often write it in a very alluring, beautiful, and romantic way. This isn't that.
No,
This
it's
is just
not.
So, like, I don't agree when people say stuff like this is sexist. I just think that he's doing it in a really stupid way. I mean, look, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm an
Yeah.
asshole. I just think this is silly.
It's interesting. Like Alex Shaw says, I miss sex scenes in movies because like they just don't. You don't really see sex scenes in movies anymore. Like not even like mainstream ones.
Not even in rated R. Rated R, it's all about gore and violence now.
Mhm.
Not about sex and nudity.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if you want to
sex
watch
and-
weird sex scenes, just use any streaming service.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because any streaming series has weird shit in it now.
Yeah, sex has pretty much migrated to the TV screens.
I think the only show I've seen of this era that handles sex scenes properly is Ray Donovan. That's the only show I think handles it well because it gets into the character actually having a sex addiction. He does a lot of private investigative work. It's very interesting, and it's usually symbolic in some form, in a very clear way. It's well done there, but I think a lot of these shows aren't doing that.
No, they're not.
No, I agree. They really aren't.
Let's keep going, shall we?
Own story, their own narrative voice, hopes, fears, distinct personalities. They're all just the same idealized model. Literally just sets of body parts that the lead pines on and on about. I want that ass. And I've even seen people justifiably point out manic pixie dream girl is a thing. You know, that stereotype of, it's the bubbly girl, quirky girl that the main character gets to be with. Even a manic pixie dream girl has a personality that you don't necessarily associate with a body type. That you don't need to be describing their body parts to describe it's about their bubbly personality. That it's not, and that girl, it's not that Molly Minx is funny or intelligent or compassionate, just things that would still be a reward to the male lead character without her having thoughts in her own right. That, she's so supportive of him. He just lists off their walking sets of body parts. You
can do it in a way that isn't weird.
And it's these
I don't think that like this guy makes it sound like it's inherently bad to do that. I don't think it's inherently bad. I think that just the way that David's doing it is bad.
I would concur.
Yeah,
His
I
use of
agree.
language is very awkward and low resolution.
I've written stuff like this. I don't share it, and I don't parade it around, but I bet a lot of my stuff is better than Bennioff's poor, ill-advised attempts at stuff.
It's just that you need to be very eloquent in your use of romantic and seductive language if you're going to write scenes that imply sexual objectification of a supportive female character. It can be done, and it can be done well. So I think when people say it's inherently bad, I think they're wrong. I think they're fundamentally wrong. But
Yeah,
I don't think that he's doing it right.
Mm-hmm. For me, I don't believe that there's necessarily any bad tropes. My belief about tropes is that like you can do any trope well, but you can also do any trope badly.
Yeah, tropes are tools. There may be some tools that are used more often than not, but they're just tools. And they're old and tired, but they're old and tired because they work really, really well when done properly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like any kind of like writing decision can be done well, but it can also be done really badly, and some are more difficult than others. This is just one of the things that's a little bit harder than others.
Yeah, I'd say flashbacks are among those too.
Mm-hmm.
Flashbacks are very difficult for me.
Yeah.
Flashbacks, I think, are difficult for everyone to varying degrees. So don't feel too bad about not.
But I
knowing
think
how to use
I suspect that because they're difficult, it's going to force me to figure something out that's going to improve my writing overall.
Yeah. I think like the way that I do is I just like separate into a chapter. I don't do it like in the middle of a full flashback scene in the middle of a chapter.
Because of the structure of my stories, I kind of either have to modify that structure or I have to figure out how to make it work in the short term, because often my flashbacks aren't long enough to fulfill a full chapter.
Well, for me, I find that if I use a flashback, I do a whole scene or series of scenes that is the flashback, and then I switch back to the present. But I make sure that the flashback is well I make it obvious that it's a flashback, because I don't. And this was before I decided, okay, I'm not using this anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Because my flashbacks were all too short to be what I like to have in a chapter.
Same.
Which is about 3,000 words. So.
Yeah.
Well,
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to turn in for tonight. I got work in the morning.
Okay.
All right. Well, we'll
Great to
catch
be
you
here.
later.
I'll see
See
you
you later, Dr.
Later,
Crow.
Crow. Night.
Bye.
Oh, good Lord. We've been at this for 3 hours.
Already?
Yes.
Yep.
I feel like the pain's just starting.
Well, you
more.
came in late.
Let's keep going. We got
super detailed descriptions of talking about her ass 5 times in a paragraph. He has always done this, and it's not just one thing. It's in these 2 novels plus 8 short stories. That's just how he writes women. So I noticed Bennioff going on long rants about how sexually attractive he thinks ambiguously brown women are, rewarding his author insert characters with Latina, or more accurately, ambiguous sex objects. Direct rants like Rosario Dawson on how they're exotic. And as for the short story thing, that tipped me off that it isn't just to Latinas. That the other one was Thai, or Filipino, turns out she's Thai, that it's biracial people, biracial women. You know, like that transitional geography in South Asia, like Burma or Thailand, where is that person closer to South Asia, Hindu India, or are they kind of closer to Filipino or Vietnam? You know, when you're in one of those middle regions between 2 other regions where it could be one or the other, that you're of an ambiguous mid-range ethnicity. That it wasn't just ranting about Latinas, but I can't tell if that hot girl is Thai or Filipino. She's so alluring. That what seems to be exciting to him is the ambiguity itself, not just a stereotype of sassy, feisty Latina women, He even has this for a Thai woman. It's the ambiguity that he keeps fixating on and directly bringing up in his own words.
Mm-hmm.
Look how exotic she is because she's ambiguous. Just the mystery of their ethnicity makes them alluring and therefore makes them exotic. The example I think of is there's a Family Guy episode where Peter tries his hand at writing a book of erotica, and the title is The Hot Chick Who Was Italian, or maybe some kind of Spanish, I'm not sure. That ambiguity is...
That is... Oh, man.
It seems as though, like, these... I don't know whether or not these people are parodying this man, but it seems as though he is the butt of a lot of jokes, and he doesn't.
Yes. Yes. That seems to be the case.
It's like, hey, where's your family from? No, wait, don't tell me. I need to keep my erection.
Oh, good Lord, yes. 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 Oh.
Redefining what a mystery box means.
Oh, man.
I want my children to be a grab bag.
Well, ain't nothing wrong with that.
No, of course not.
Let's keep going. It seems like he's being parodied all the time, and that people don't know. Maybe it's unintentional. I think it might even be unintentional. They don't realize they're parodying this sick weirdo.
Maybe they do. And that's why they do it.
Yeah. Maybe. I don't know.
Is what he's interested in. Now, in case any of you are yelling in the comments, I do want to stress this. I might be wrong. I admit I might be wrong, specifically about Bennioff always making author insert characters who have sex with ambiguously brown women as part of his fantasies.
No, I'd say
maybe
you're
this isn't
pretty
his
accurate.
fantasy, maybe he just likes writing it. Although I would point out that in multiple cases, such as For 25th Hour, For City of Thieves, the 2 full novels he wrote, he has directly said, these are author insert characters. They're me as I wish to be, in those terms. So I might be wrong about that it's a sex fantasy he has on that specific level, that they're author insert characters, but it doesn't really matter. Even if I'm wrong about that, like Tabachnik from the short stories is an author insert character, paired with hypersexualizing non-white women because Bennioff really wants to do that in real life. I have no idea if he wants to do that in real life. It doesn't really matter. That's just in addition to what's really objectively presented. Bennioff still seems to really, really enjoy writing and reading about such women. He enjoys writing stories which show off this really hot Molly Minx, maybe she's Thai, maybe she's Filipino, maybe she's Latina girl, who has sex with the main character. Is he the main character or not? It doesn't need to be. He could just enjoy reading about her, this sex object he's created. So I think the author insert stuff is pretty obvious, particularly because in many cases he's openly admitted to it. I'm not speculating that much. This is still a consistent pattern of hypersexualizing women of ambiguous ethnicity as mysterious, exotic, hypersexualized.
See, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I just think it's poorly done.
So,
Yep.
Like, if you want to see it done well, watch Torchwood or the original Star Trek.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yes. Since seasons 1 and 2. I know it's been a while, so I'm going to start with the first of several examples. If you remember back to season 1, our Mecha, she was one of the invented prostitute characters that isn't in the books. So right after Roz, we went, oh, there's this other new character in it, before we start getting a lot of new characters. So it isn't just copying the books, it's an entirely new character. And there was this whole thing. I remember Westeros.org really fixating on this because we were picking apart that first season. Many assumed from season 1 that she was meant to be Dornish. But then in the season 2 premiere, Roz explained in this speech, oh, she pretends she doesn't speak the common tongue so that people will think she's exotic, think she's Dornish. She really grew up just down the road in Flea Bottom. So we were outright told in season 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I was wrong about the Afrophilia. Maybe it's just xenophilia.
Maybe.
He's a xeno lover. Heresy.
Might even be, yeah.
That's like, you know what oikophobia is?
What is that?
That's the opposite of xenophobia. Oikos, xenos. Oikos being the fear instead of a fear of the strange and the alien, it's a fear of the familiar.
That's the first time I've ever heard that term.
I wouldn't call it a fear of the familiar, more like just an obsession with the alien.
Yeah. Xenophilia, oikophobia, either way, 6 one, half a dozen the other.
Yeah, that works. Oh boy. Oh boy. Ugh.
Yeah.
Oh man.
It just
He seems to be projecting his fetishes upon the audience.
Seems as yeah, he kind of is, and it gets worse.
And that's why it's silly. He's projecting his fetishes upon the audience, and simultaneously, he's doing it in a poor way.
And it gets worse.
He might find ambiguously brown attractive, but I don't. I mean, I can find brown people attractive, but I can also tell where they're from.
It's also not a requirement. It's like...
Yeah. So if you're going to have more nudity, don't just make it more nudity of brown women, more nudity of everyone. Please?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really care. Just write it well. I could give 2 shits. Just as long as it's written practically.
Yeah.
Which is why I suspect that it isn't actually an eroticism thing, because if he really were turned on by brown women, he would learn how to do it right. This seems very much like maybe it's just a reflection of what I see in the culture a lot, but this seems very much like he's trying to say, I'm turned on by brown women. That way I definitely can't be
I'm
racist.
starting to see, I'm starting to see that. I'm starting to see that.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Because it doesn't come off as human. It's coming off as very weird and contrived. Like this magical contrived fetish that he's pretending to have.
It comes off as quirky. That's what it is.
It comes off as schmucky.
Yeah. And this is just like every other creator everywhere now. Not just in Hollywood, not just in TV, but also in comics, because all the characters have to be quirky somehow. Ugh.
Yeah, pretty much. It's so... I don't even know if it's creepy. It's more like pervy.
It's not. You know what it is? It's not. It's not human enough to be pervy. It's like he's trying to appeal. Whoa.
Whoops.
It's yeah, she's having a hard time. It's like he's trying to somehow, he's like pretending to share the fetishes of people that he think, I don't know, it's fucking weird. I feel like a dumbass right now.
Nova Roma, where are all the brown women at?
Oh, that's probably... Yeah.
I feel like a dumbass looking at this.
Yeah.
Idiots drag you down to their level and beat you with experience.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ugh.
Let's keep going, shall we?
It looks like he's artificially attempting to replicate and perpetuate a fetish that he thinks other people have. So I'm starting to see what you mean by that. When you say I think he's just virtue signaling in his own bizarre, sick way.
I don't even know about that. I think he just has I don't think he does. I don't think he is. I think he just thinks that this is hot. Like he finds this attractive.
But that's the thing, like the way that he tries to fill words by repeating himself, like he's just trying to get it out of the way and vent and rant on and on about stuff he hopes other people are gonna like stuff he thinks is gonna work.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this brown woman's ass. Look at it. Look at it. Brown woman's ass. Brown woman's ass. Like, all right, yeah, we get it.
Have you looked at it? Chances are you have not looked at it enough. So let's look at it some more. Ugh.
I mean, at least he's projecting a preference and not like he's like, hey, look at my BDSM fetish. I'm going to put it everywhere in every scene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't get it either.
Oh, God.
Let's keep going, shall we?
Yes, please.
Since we got to get through it sometime today.
Our mecha is exotic because her ethnic appearance is ambiguous enough that she can pass as some kind of mysterious foreigner. And not just that she can pass as a foreigner, but in addition to that, she's this mysterious foreigner who doesn't even speak our language. And which is all, of course, a lie because she's from here, but that she can plausibly pass off as other ethnicities is alluring. And you may remember she was the other prostitute in that infamous, the first big sex position scene with Littlefinger, that they really liked showing her off naked.
Blue, he's trying to fake attraction to human women. Yeah, maybe he's a lizard man.
How do you do, fellow erotic beings?
I mean, let's be real here. There was a fucking incest scene in like the first episode.
Well, that's in the book too.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that it's not. He really. This was the series to do it.
Yeah.
Like he found his opener. He's like, "Whoa, there's taboo shit. Let's see how much I can get away with."
Yeah. He got away with a lot.
He got away with too much. What is Game of Thrones rated at?
MA.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
it's HBO. Of course it's MA.
Oh.
MA for busts.
Yep. Yep. It's very MA. Yeah. And then we get this story.
And
which I showed you.
I'm not entirely sure on this. As we all know, director Neil Marshall, infamously not a regular on the show, no need to lie for them, said in an interview with Empire Magazine in 2012 that an executive producer, many assume it was Bennioff, but never proven, repeatedly urged him to add more full frontal nudity during filming that right before the battle.
Repeatedly.
They also sensationalize. I suspect they sensationalize.
Having a look at the ass.
I also suspect that they have a tendency to sensationalize stuff that was in the book further in the show. Like when you have the woman come on and she's like, "Yeah, I fuck my brother because I enjoy it." It's like, okay, come on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
Well, that's actually.
And I know I'm not crazy here. Come on.
That's actually a line in the show.
Yeah.
Oh, dang! I didn't know that you knew that was a line in the show. Dang.
Yeah. What would be great is if I didn't. Wouldn't that be fantastic?
That does not surprise me. Not at all.
But you see what I'm saying? Like, it sounds to me like they're kind of using the book's risque nature to sort of further sensationalize their own raunchy habits.
Yes, that's
or at
what
least
it looks
project them because they think it'll get them views.
Yeah.
Probably a little bit of both.
Okay.
But, I mean,
I'm
you know,
getting morbidly curious, actually.
don't do
I
it.
can't believe I'm
It's a trap.
deciding to do this.
It's a trap. I'm surprised there aren't a couple traps walking around in the show.
They are.
You know what?
Like,
You're.
Don't tell me there are.
Define traps.
All right, I'm done. No, I'm done. I'm done with
Good night, everybody.
No, don't go, Yokai.
Define, like, how would you define traps? Like, I'm legitimately interested.
Aww.
Like, I actually don't.
Traps? Traps are
Yeah.
female characters that look male.
Oh
or
no, there aren't
male
really that many.
characters. No, that's the reverse trap. A real trap is a male character that looks like a female. So,
Yeah, they don't have that.
Chihiro
have
Fujisaki
you
is a trap.
ever Haku from Naruto?
Yeah. There aren't really traps in this, don't worry. Like they
All right.
it's really weird. They don't really virtue signal like at all in the show. Like they're kind of they're like the show is fairly like just by nature of the source material, it's kind of like misogynistic in a way.
I can't believe they didn't catch that.
I mean, that doesn't bother me. It's just that they do it in such a stupid manner.
Yeah.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm surprised that the people who are going.
No, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. No, I know what you're saying. You're surprised they didn't attack it.
Yeah.
They didn't attack it because it has weird sex in it. That's why. Because they like weird sex.
Yeah, probably do. They're
like, we can attack this. Wait, but it has weird sex. You know what? Let's not attack it.
It has the weird stuff. It's got the weird stuff that we like in it. We can't attack it. Otherwise, we're attacking something we like, and we can't do that.
Yeah, there's a couple of gay guys in there. Couple of gay guys in there. Like, lots of women on women action going on there.
The thing is, people are saying it's misogynistic. Like, people have said that on the internet, but every local person I know in my town that watches Game of Thrones, it's always a really weird girl. I've met some weird women. They're the ones that watch Game of Thrones. Like, no guy that I know watches it. At least not around me locally.
Well, that certainly explains my friend then, because she.
And
let's see.
Not just that, but also all those women that I happen to know. I'm in Vegas, and I happen to know they're all somewhat radically left leaning, and they're the ones watching it. It has to be the weird sex. It can't be anything else. It has to be the weird sex.
Yeah.
Can I just bring something up real quick?
Go for it.
I mean, Quentin Tarantino has a foot fetish. Everyone knows it. It's obvious shots in his films and whatnot, but everyone just kind of like blows it off like, oh, there's Quentin doing his thing again. But for some reason, when we talk about David Bennioff and his ambiguously brown characters, it's just like we're just kind of going like, okay, this is really weird and off-putting. I'm just kind of wondering what the hell that is.
That's because his fetish is weirder than the foot fetish.
It's just that it's oddly specific.
Oddly specific.
Technically, it's oddly inspecific if you want to get
Because
technical
we know
about
if any of us had that fetish, we get canceled for it.
And honestly, like the foot fetish is kind of innocuous by comparison. Like he's bare feet. It's fine. This is like having specifically this one like brown or brown Turkish looking actress be in full frontal nudity because he wants it.
Yeah.
That's creepy.
Yeah, and if you're gonna do nudity, then why are you only doing the front?
Oh, he does both.
Yes, he does.
Yeah. Let's keep going.
Yes, please.
The men are going to the brothel to have one last hurrah before they might all die. And he said he felt it was unnecessary and distracting. But the producer told him everyone else in the series represents the drama side. I represent the perv side of the audience. And I'm saying I want full frontal nudity in the scenes. And he described the meeting as pretty surreal. Specifically, what character did he demand to show full frontal?
Yeah, like he said, surreal. It's strange.
I want full frontal nudity and a lolly.
Oh my god.
That is a strange image that I apologize for.
No, don't apologize.
Yeah. Well, he probably wanted her to slip a lolly up the note, the no bit.
Yeah.
I feel ashamed that I said that.
Don't.
We need some kind of humor to get this out.
Yeah.
Because this is so weird. And we still have 20 more minutes.
Oh, man.
For the love of God, just hit play before I shoot myself.
Yes, please.
Armeka. She was the one that we were infamously, when they were demanding full frontal nudity for.
Yeah. It's kind of clinical.
This adds another layer to the...
Clinically, it's kind of like clinical. It's just kind of, she's just disrobing.
You see, he even said what I'm saying here. I represent the perverted side of the audience. Like, he thinks that. He thinks he's advocating for people, but he's just a weirdo.
Yeah, I don't particularly care about nudity, but at the same time, I don't just want to look at brown women. I'd like to see some white women too, please. And, maybe some black. Maybe not. I don't generally find black people attractive. But, if you're gonna be showing off female nudity, do it with everyone. Don't just do it with the brown.
I just don't think it matters. Like, I don't even have an opinion about it. It's just that it's so weird. He's a weirdo. He's a weird guy.
Yeah, he is.
That's all I'm saying.
Yep.
But again, it's the diversity thing. Because personally, if I was given a choice of looking at some color of woman, I'd go, show me a white girl. Personally, because I find white more attractive.
Well, then you're a racist and a bigot.
No, that's just my preference. And I do find Asian sexy too. So, if you're gonna give me some nudity, show me more than just brown.
Aren't a lot of hookup apps getting rid of like racial preference and stuff like that in their filters?
Are they?
Yeah, I know Grindr was doing it.
That's stupid.
Yeah, that's really, really dumb.
Yeah. Well,
because that's kind of
now they want to control your biology and your preferences.
But
they don't want naughty thoughts, Chad. No naughty thoughts.
No, they don't. No.
Oh, Blue. Wow.
they like group things. They're group thoughts.
Yes.
Well, no, it's like, wow. Like he said, I represent the perv side of the audience, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That's what he said.
The thought side.
Not only did Bennioff insist on adding full frontal nudity, he has a documented history of considering ambiguous brown women to be exotic and mysterious. So the full thought was, I think ambiguously brown women are hot, exotic, and I demand to see this brown woman naked over the objection of the episode director.
Yep.
God.
I would be terrified if the actress objected.
And this guy has a Star Wars series now.
Well, oh no, he's off. He's off.
Oh,
yeah,
okay, good.
He's gone. gone. Thank God he's gone.
I can just imagine it though. It's like I see her going across. I couldn't tell if she's Twi'lek or Keldor, but damn that ass.
My part of her used the string.
It looks like we're getting we're getting somewhat shadow banned here because I'm in my subscriptions and the video is not popping up, but I think it is popping up on your channel, Dun.
Okay.
Oh, it hadn't popped up for me for
Yeah.
weeks, like ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me it was kind of weird because it was like when I left my computer or whatever to pull up the stream on my phone, I had to go onto the channel, but then going on a YouTube page or whatever here, it's like, oh, it's on. So yeah, here it's ambiguously shadow banned.
It is.
That's certainly one way to put it. And perhaps it's because we're talking about mature content.
Mature content.
Ambiguously sexual lighting.
Bisexual
I
lighting.
think you mean bisexual lighting, yes.
Ambiguously kill me.
We need to finish this at some point. Let's keep going.
Yes, please, let's
Go. Let's do it.
do it.
I represent the perv side of the audience incident. Not
I
only
represent the kill
did they insist on adding full frontal nudity, Bennioff has a documented history of considering ambiguously brown women like Armeka to be exotic and mysterious. So the full thought was, I think ambiguously brown women are hot, exotic, and I demand to see this brown woman naked, to see her genitals, over the objections of the episode director. In all fairness, I do want to point out, we never confirmed that that was Bennioff. It could have just as easily been Weiss doing what he knew, telling Marshall what he knew Bennioff would want. One person recently told me, oh, I made a set visit, and a person who knew a guy had told him that it was actually Frank Dolger, one of the other executive producers technically attached to the show.
Mm-hmm.
And first off, it was a guy who told a guy who told a guy. I don't take that as evidence. Second, even if it was Weiss, I think this is because they knew Bennioff wanted it. And just after every other thing Bennioff has done, the weird rants about Dorne videos and stuff, and oh, they're so hot in Dorne, they're like Brazil. You really expect me to believe it was like that Frank Dolger guy who's occasionally inside the episode videos. I mean, he could have benefit of the doubt. Maybe it was Weiss who said this. I think is more probable. But just in all probability, this sounds like something Bennioff would want.
Mm-hmm.
Not 100% confirmation on that point, but either way, that the script was saying Armeka, that this was scripted out. It's not like, oh, whatever prostitute is available that day. Bennioff and Weiss wrote these scripts. This wasn't a scene Martin had wanted. They added in, oh, and they're at the brothel with this invented scene with, guess what? The mysterious prostitute who can pass for Dornish. She's ambiguously brown. So many reviewers
I feel like a dumbass.
criticized that Game of Thrones was engaging in
elaborate.
I don't want to. I just hit play, please. I'm hanging.
Please.
I'm
By a
jumping.
thread?
I'm jumping off a building and hanging on a noose. Let's just go.
Yeah.
Orientalism.
Oh, like, I'm interested to hear your thoughts.
I'm not interested to say them. I just want to go.
Yeah, I guess that is true.
Specifically, this term refers to the archaic sense of the Near East, the Ottoman Empire, Turkish bathhouses, harem fantasies, and so forth. And that it was presenting hypersexualized stereotypes of women of color as sexually promiscuous. To that I ask.
You know what it is?
If Game of
All right. I'll
Thrones
say it. I'll say it. Like, it's oddly obsessive and somewhat even compulsive. How much he projects this need and desire for ethnic women in these films.
So you're calling him OCD then?
Oh, he is very OCD. He micromanages like the actors' faces. It's creepy.
Oh my god. Let the actors do their jobs and they'll pull it off beautifully if you picked the right people.
That was a smirk, not a grin.
But if you try to micromanage even their expressions, everything is going to come off as forced. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
This guy must have some very interesting letters for Santa. I want 70 ponies. I want ambiguously brown hardcore nudity.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed. Wow.
Yeah. Was this everything I promised and more?
Yeah, well,
Yeah, now we're getting there.
Yeah.
There's more.
Indeed, presenting a stereotype of hypersexualized women of color. Why have we seen so few African black women in it?
Mm-hmm.
No one has ever effectively answered this. The books do have African black characters, the Summer Islanders. In King's Landing itself, the high-end brothel Robert went to, where he had a bastard, is run by Chitaya. And the TV show cut her out and just has it owned by Littlefinger. Now, Summer Islanders are very sex positive. They have sacred sex worship in their temples. It's part of their religion, like many real-life cultures. And they're sex positive enough that this went to the point that book fan sites like Westeros.org, they've just openly in videos said they've expressed their worry that HBO could never handle them maturely. Now, I get why Martin put this in, that Martin has said, he was part of the anti-war counterculture movement in the 60s. So he was exposed to a lot of the sci-fi authors he was running in circles with. Had ideas of free love. It's the hippie thing, that era, the free love aspect. And that's in some of his other writings, like Night Flyers. So it's just, they're sex positive. They're not ashamed of it. Sex isn't something to be ashamed of. They're not really written as stereotypes, just that their valuation of that, they have different social standards. I think it was handled maturely in the text. Opinions may differ on that. I don't think it was. But that people are going, these Bennioff and Weiss could not handle Summer Islander women characters. If Bennioff truly does have some sort of uncontrollable sex fetish for women of color broadly, as in anyone who isn't white, he would have jumped at this. Summer Islanders, African black women who are sexually open and practice free love. Chitaya was an easy way to work them into the main storyline. She lives in King's Landing. She runs a goddamn brothel. She's not even like a ship captain or something. Instead, he left out Chitaya, but invented a new ambiguously exotic character, Armeka. Think about that. Talk about this in the comments. That if they're just hypersexualizing all...
Yeah.
Oh, that's racist, leaving her out, actually.
He likes his women like he likes his toast. Nice and brown, not black.
Well, I may not find black itself attractive, but if you dress anyone right, I will go, that's a nice looking person.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh, I think we lost her.
No.
Oh, I guess you just cut out
Me?
on us then. I hear you.
Oh. Well,
yeah,
like I said, it depends on how the character is dressed. If they're not dressed, it's no. But if they are dressed, then it's those colors go good with their skin tone. That looks nice.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it doesn't even necessarily have to do with sexuality. I mean, that's the entire point of Stupid Sexy Flanders.
Yeah, exactly.
Alrighty. But yeah, he cut them out and put in a specifically ambiguous character just because he wanted it. It's really weird. Let's keep going, shall we?
Yeah, let's.
Yeah.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Non-white women.
Please.
Why did they cut out Summer Islander women who could have very easily been in a brothel scene, and no one from the books would have complained because that happened in the books? I'm not saying that those who criticized Bennioff for engaging in Orientalism are incorrect, but that women of color is a somewhat broad description. We have an absence of African blacks. Based on the patterns seen in Bennioff's works, he seems to have a sexual fetish for ambiguously brown women. They're exact.
Uh-oh, what happened? Did we lose sound?
Ethnicity is a mystery. He just enjoys writing and reading about it. This is something that interests him. And this
you're saying this?
It's like the video's cutting out.
Yeah.
I think he was just pausing a lot.
Maybe?
I have no idea.
That's pretty much what SJWs do. They rather create their own OCs and an IP than create an IP to their image.
Mm-hmm.
Not that I'm sure Bennioff is SJW. Wouldn't surprise me if he was.
He's actually not. He's definitely not. I don't think he really believes in anything. That's been my understanding of Bennioff, is that he just doesn't believe in anything.
He's just a weirdo.
It's like a nihilist, or is he just smart enough to believe in anything?
He's just weird.
Probably both.
He's just weird, and everything else is a consequence of his weirdness.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a strange human being.
He's not stupid. He's not evil. He's just a weirdo. He's a weird dude.
I think that he's pretty stupid. Like, he's done some stupid things. Like, the Battle of the Bastards is not a sign of, like, weirdness. That's a sign of stupid. Let's keep going. We only got a little bit left, and we even got the worst.
I think Battle of the Bastards, it was just impulsive and poorly planned.
That too.
It was just a lack of emotional discipline.
Mm-hmm. That is also true. Let's keep going. We're almost finished. We got 13 minutes left.
Yep.
This extends beyond the Dornish, or people pretending to be Dornish.
Is the sound coming through okay?
Who are other people of mysterious or ambiguous ethnicity in the TV show that weren't so much in the books? Shay. Shay is from Westeros in the books. She's white. Now, Sybil Keckley is ethnically Turkish. She lives in Germany, but she's ethnically Turkish. And they changed the role because she auditioned for it. I have no idea how that happens. Just when the casting sheet specifies the character's race, why would you let other people audition for it? You know, if it was a black character Why would you let a white woman audition for it? I'm not sure the mechanics of how that happens. Maybe she auditioned for something else. But the point is, in season 1, she just says she's foreign, leaving her exact origin ambiguous and mysterious.
Mm-hmm.
And if she's foreign, why not a mysterious summer islander? That's foreign, but no. She's ambiguously brown. Now, we tend to forget this because when you look up a character profile for Shay, it says right there in her info box, from Lorath. We forget that's misleading after 5 years. They only said she was from Lorath starting in season 2.
Mm-hmm.
When this change was made to the character in season 1, for season 1, they hadn't thought of her exact origin, that, oh, she'll be from Lorath. They didn't state it. In fact, when Tyrion outright tries to ask, oh, you're not from around here, where exactly are you from? She just goes, I'm foreign.
Mm.
So
Which
we
is
have them
strange.
rewriting material to now have the romantic sexual pairing for one of the main characters, a mysterious, ambiguously brown foreigner. This is more speculative, but I'm bringing it up of just, wait a minute. Talissa is an odd case in that Jane Westerling in the books has a great-grandmother from the Free Cities and a noticeably dark complexion, but not quite as much as her. That Una Chaplin is half English and half Chilean. She's biracial. Just Latina people are inherently biracial. And I think she was cast to play Book Jane, that we know that from the production scale. I have this whole Talissa video that the timeline of when they started referring to as Talissa was long after she was cast, that she was Jane for a long time when she was cast earlier that summer. And they rewrote it as they were filming at whim.
Yep.
So, just because the time...
This does not surprise me at all. This is Bennioff. And he said earlier in the books, he said earlier in the video that all of Bennioff's love interests were ambiguously brown.
Mm-hmm.
Recast a character who's supposed to be a love interest for a main character to be ambiguously brown. He's living vicariously through the damn actor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Twice.
Oh. Okay, so this girl was supposed to be the other Book Jane, right?
Yeah, so basically, yeah, it's really weird how they decided to rewrite it, where originally it's more the cost of honor rather than the cost of love, but they arbitrarily rewrote it because Richard Madden is a good actor that they liked, and they admitted why they changed it.
Mm-hmm.
You're not supposed to hire people that you like. You're supposed to hire the people who nail the role.
Well, it was more that they liked him as Robin season 1, and then they started pandering him more in season 2.
Mm-hmm.
And with how he micromanages everything, it could be like, no, you're not supposed to fuck her like that. Fuck her like this, because that's how I do it.
That would not surprise me at all. That would not surprise me at all.
That.
Nope.
Yeah. Let's keep going. Like, the worst bit of it is yet to come, at least in my opinion.
You always say that.
Timeline doesn't matter.
You're always right.
Oh boy, give me the money shot.
Yeah.
I hate when Dunn says that because he always says it and it's always true.
Oh, thank God I have not finished my wine yet.
Yep.
They
Here we
cast
go.
her because of this. I think they cast her to look like Book Jane, and some people go, "Oh no, she doesn't look like Book Jane." I'm not sure. Assuming that she was cast to play Book Jane, did it nonetheless affect why they drastically increased and redefined her role? I'm not sure. The primary reason why they expanded it into a romance story was, as they directly stated, well, we wanted to show off Richard Madden. But was this a factor, too, that Bennioff really liked her because he thought this woman's so hot? And they played up Talissa as mysterious. That for a couple of episodes, she refused to say where she was, that she was from Volantis. And even then, she'd play coy about her origins. Some of us thought this was setting her up as a spy. We don't know. But a biracial woman of ambiguous ethnicity with a mysterious background presented as a sexual romantic lead, pairing for object for the main character.
Mm-hmm.
I mentioned that. I don't think that the timeline doesn't match up. And lastly, Missandei. I really don't think this one, I just bring it up for the sake of bringing it up, this could go both ways. You see, when I talk about ambiguous ethnicity, it's not just you're changing white characters into biracial characters. Sometimes they changed black characters into biracial characters. Missandei is one of the few characters in the story from Sothorios, Nath Island, Fantasy Africa. And they cast biracial actress Natalie Emanuel. I want to stress this. I myself...
So, here is the interesting thing. Missandei in the books is not a teenager or young woman. She is a child of 9.
So she's really young?
Yep.
Wasn't Daenerys also like a kid in the books?
She's about 14.
Okay.
So here's the worst bit, at least in my opinion. Like, that we get
would have cast her due to her skill. But I have seen accusations of colorism. It's this whole thing of, the accusation that Hollywood only casts light-skinned black people because they look more white, therefore they're more attractive. I've seen accusations of that within that you need to cast people who are, black is beautiful, darker-skinned people. Like the Black Panther movie, they pointed out Wakanda has never had contact with the outside world. They wouldn't look intermixed with other peoples like Europeans. They look really black. And there were some actors who applied and didn't get into the movie who went, they're right. I'm a fairly light-skinned black person. Wakanda, I don't look like a Wakandan. And that kind of makes sense. So I'm trying to be sensitive to this. I'm not black myself. Just I have seen discussions of colorism as a thing. And I'm just wondering, why did you cast a biracial actress instead of a really prominently African-looking, dark-skinned actress? Natalie Emanuel, actually, I looked it up. Both of her parents are also biracial, half English and half Caribbean islands. So I would have cast her anyway and just gone, look, there's some variety in what people from Sothorios look like. Nathy people happen to be a little lighter skinned than the other ones, because I do like the actress. And I think they probably just cast her based on the strength of her performance. That all the pandering to Missandei, the love story she gets, that only happened in season 4, not season 3. But like Talissa, is this a reason that you kept giving her more and more to do? I'm not sure. While I'm on the subject, something about Missandei which struck me as odd happened in season 7. When introduced to Jon Snow, she said that marriage as a social institution does not exist on Naph, and thus there are no bastards there. Nothing remotely like this was said in the books. It's probably not condensing them with the Summer Islanders either, as we do have mention of marriages among Summer Islanders. Now, maybe what I assumed was that this invented scene was to highlight the culture clash with Jon Snow, that it's about her confusion that his surname is Snow and not Stark, and how Westeros has this formalized system for naming acknowledged bastards of the nobility. And a foreigner might think this is strange, that you have this system of names for bastards. Fine. But, like, compared to the Dothraki or something, like, you could have a Dothraki confused at the bastard naming system, but who still practices marriage? Why do you need to go that extra step and say that marriage as an entire institution doesn't exist on Nath for her to be confused at the bastard naming?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just pie in the sky speculating now, was this another case of Bennioff hypersexualizing an entire culture because he thinks ambiguously brown women are mysterious and thus sexually exciting?
Mm-hmm.
And
it's so that's why I think this is the worst bit, because he is specifically made a character in the book who in the books is a child, a teenager. So it is legally okay to perv and turn it into an ethnically ambiguous.
I would have gone for a child actress.
Yeah.
Had I known that she was supposed to be 9 years old. Because that's a well-developed 9-year-old. That's a tall 9-year-old, too.
Well, they aged her up for the show.
Ugh. No, people don't like that when that happens. They don't. People don't like when characters are race swapped either.
Agreed.
And they did both with her.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah. Here comes the worst bit.
Oh, there's more.
I'm openly asking. I have no idea. I don't really think that's just. I'm wondering, why was that line in there? I don't know. I'm telling you to ask on your own. I don't know what to make of it. I mean, it's not like the scene was played sexually. Missandei isn't being all sultry and stuff. Though it does have Davos basically perving on her throughout it, going, wow, how tolerant of you. You don't have marriage. So I have no idea. Was it lost in the mix from something that was originally a lot more heavy-handed? Someone look into that, just because that isn't a detail from the books at all. What are you talking about? Was weird. Just had they not cast any biracial people, I would be complaining that they should put some in for diversity. I do notice that despite cutting out or marginalizing many characters, they frequently expanded these ambiguously brown or biracial women, which correlates with Bennioff's stated interest in such exotic, ambiguous women. Correlation is not necessarily causation. They also expanded minor characters like Ollie to show off these performances and these faces. However, all of these ambiguously brown or biracial women have one thing in common that the other expanded characters do not. They were all put in nude scenes.
They put a 9-year-old in a nude scene. They put someone who was supposed to be a 9-year-old in a nude scene.
Onision being brought up twice before by two different people. That was a sign.
Yeah. That's why I said.
Good God.
So they aged this chick up. So they aged the character up. Specifically.
They aged her up so they could make her sexy.
Yeah.
Specifically so that they could get away with having her naked in front of the camera.
Uh-huh.
Oh, dear Lord. I don't think you would be able to pay me enough to get me to disrobe in front of a camera. No.
You couldn't pay me enough to get to disrobe in
Yeah.
front of David Bennioff.
No, definitely not. And They weren't on the sets very often.
They actually
weren't.
were not on the night shoots. They were on the nice
No.
tranquil parts of the shoot. There was an interesting story that I will have to show you where Oberyn, the guy who plays Pedro Pascal, he was asked, like, what was one of the weirdest things that you had to see on Game of Thrones? And he's like, well, the interesting thing was basically what happened was it was during this the offset of an orgy thing where I just saw David Bennioff and DB Weiss playing word games on their iPhones with a pair of nude actresses. Just as, and the interesting thing is, they claimed that they were like there in an interview for another scene that was very controversial, but the problem was that scene is just controversial because it's poorly filmed because the director is an idiot. And we'll cover that eventually, and especially like his lines, Benioff's lies regarding it, because they're hilarious.
Okay.
But we're getting close to the end. Yokai, was I right? Was it worse?
Yeah. Just maybe, yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit.
I'm never wrong about these things, which is unfortunate.
Unfortunately, yes.
All right, we're... Oh, go
It's
for it.
all coming together.
Yeah. Almost done. We're almost done with this weirdness.
That's a good way to put it.
Yep.
Should we read into that?
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
After reading through Benioff's writings and noticing this pattern, I really only suspect it may have affected why the hell he wrote TV Dorn as a bizarre, universally condemned sex stereotype. I'm telling you now, discuss this in the comments. I think Talissa and Missandei might have just been pure coincidence, but it gnaws at my mind that you greatly expanded the roles of these two, changed sort of to be biracial women, and gave them nude scenes. Mm-hmm. Whereas Summer Islander women you were cutting out who had sex scenes already without inventing them. But Talissa and Missandei, that might be coincidence. I do, on top of the changes to Dorn, lean to the suspicion that it may have affected why they changed Shay. That Benioff has openly said he identifies with Tyrion, and he writes author insert characters, so he gave her to Tyrion? Just that so many things match up with that. If they kept writing up Shay as this...
Yep.
That sounds about right.
Yep.
Shay, Tyrion, my OTP.
Mm-hmm.
His OTP, you mean?
Well, that's what I meant to say.
Which is very interesting, considering what happens to Shay in the show.
I only watched like a couple episodes of the show. So.
Do I want to know what happens to her?
Bad things.
Well, it's a spoiler, but I don't... Do you care if I spoil things from the show? It's not gruesome.
No.
It's not gruesome.
I think we'll be all right.
I was never really interested in the show.
Okay.
So I don't care.
Okay, so Tyrion strangles her. Because she sleeps with his dad.
I think I get where you're going with this.
Because she sleeps with his dad.
Okay, I didn't see that coming, but...
Yeah, and then
Oh.
and then Tyrion crossbows his dad on the toilet.
How dare you touch her? She's mine.
Kind of,
How
yeah.
dare you touch anyone other than me?
Kind of,
Ugh,
yeah.
That's creepy.
Well, it's like, there's a number of external factors. Like, he is sentenced to die, and he decides, because his dad sentenced him to die, that he'll go up and kill his dad. Though in the books, there's more justification. In the book, Tyrion married a girl that he was a crofter star that he rescued for some bandits. And then Jamie and his father told him, no, she was a whore that Jamie hired so that his first time he thought it would be genuine. And then Tywin, to teach his son a lesson, had Tyrion's wife raped repeatedly by his garrison. And then in book 3, it's revealed, no, it was a lie, that Tywin forced Jamie to tell that this girl actually loved Tyrion. And that is why Tyrion goes up to kill his dad, because it's just like, you did that to me. And it's just the last straw. And he kills his dad, and he kills Shay.
Oh.
They cut that out of the TV show. They cut the Tysha reveal.
Sex and war.
They actually cut out the Tysha reveal in the show. So Tyrion just goes up to the Tower of the Hand without really a plan, and just sees Shay's in Tywin's bed, and she reaches for a knife, and he strangles her. And then he takes a crossbow, goes over to the privy, chats with his dad for a little bit, and then he shoots his dad. And it's kind of
alright then.
It takes a special kind of mind to be able to write that.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I don't think I could.
I just think it's unnecessarily edgy and taboo.
Yeah, that too.
Well, the thing is, history's kind of taboo.
Yeah.
Like the actual Borgia family, brother and sister were screwing each other, and history is littered with multiple uncle-niece marriages.
Well, I mean, was this supposed to be like a historical story, though? That's the thing.
It's more like it's based off of actual historical events.
So they cherry-picked the most bizarre parts.
George R. R. Martin, yes, he picked a lot of weird, interesting things from history. Yes,
he's like, it happened in real life. If you don't like it, then that means you don't like real life. It's good writing.
Well, no,
I'm just being a dick, but I mean, come on.
Yeah, it is kind of weird. Like the Targaryen dynasty is kind of like Ptolemaic Egypt.
Yeah,
where like sometimes they would marry. They frequently wanted to marry brother to sister, but if they didn't have a sibling, they would marry to the son or daughter to a cousin or cousin, uncle, or aunt, depending on the gender.
Well, from what I understand, from what I do understand, is that the reason why stuff like that happened in real life was usually for purified bloodlines, and then later on it was considered taboo, and the reason why it was considered taboo was actually just to ridicule people that didn't extend their bloodlines between royalties.
Mm-hmm.
And then later on, people just became so accustomed to that nowadays we consider it gross. Like, we consider it physically, we find it gross.
Mm-hmm.
But that's why that happened.
Yep. We're coming up on. We've been doing this for 4 hours. We're almost done. Let's finish this.
Let's do it.
Home stretch. Woo!
Yep.
I still
Love
have
story
some
for
wine.
Tyrion. Bennioff keeps saying, well, I am Tyrion. And you cast this ambiguously mixed race, well, brown Middle Eastern woman. And then the first season played up how exotic and mysterious she was. That essentially Benioff is going, yeah, I creatively reconceived Tyrion so that he has no flaws and everyone walks around remarking on how great he is. He drinks and he knows things. And he gets to bang a mysterious, exotic, ambiguously brown foreign woman. And next I'll invent that Tyrion has crooked teeth, so we'll all feel sorry for him. How do I come up with it?
It's because that you
Benioff
idiot.
has been hired to write a new trilogy of Star Wars movies set in the Star Wars universe, not a trilogy. What happens if tomorrow you wake up and they announce the castings and one of them is explicitly a biracial woman? Those are red flags. Just mark my words. If it's not, in terms of the Solo movie, it's not Thandie Newton, but Emphas Nest at the end, who's a biracial girl. Be on the lookout if something like that happens in the next Star Wars, that this is a trend I have seen with him. And no one bothered to report on his earlier writings. Check out the DVD commentary for 25th Hour and how he just sexualizes Rosario Dawson throughout it. He's ranting about how, oh man, there's a point where she's having a bubble bath. He mutters this as if someone's hiding, like locker room talk. Oh man, I was arguing with the director about getting rid of all the bubbles, and they said no. What? He's open.
Yeah, the only reason I would have trouble writing stuff like that is because I find incest to be.
It's out of your comfort
It's not.
zone.
Yeah, it's out of my comfort zone. I find it hard to write for that very reason. I'd be able to write it. I'd like to think if I had to, but I prefer not to.
Yeah. The farthest I'm willing to go is like cousin. That's as far as I'm going. I can go in my own
And
writing.
even then, not cousins who grew up as if they were siblings, correct? You know exactly why I'm being so specific, don't you?
Yeah. Well, I do have like step siblings that thought they were half siblings.
Since we're not related, it'll be okay.
The Westermark effect says no.
Let's maybe change the subject
How
here.
was I supposed to know we were both related?
How was I supposed to know that we were both related?
Believe me, if I knew she was my cousin, we never would have dated.
Should I go ahead and propose and get hitched and have kids with 11?
But seriously, I'm with you. I'd be able to write cousins falling in love, but not if they lived in the same house growing up as if they were brother and sister. That's off limits.
Well, I mean, I'll be honest. I sometimes see the appeal in writing a story that society would disagree with, because it makes you see the characters as sympathetic. So, while it's taboo, I can understand it, but not in mainstream stuff. I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
Yeah, that's my feeling too.
I was actually asked to write something.
Like what I mean is this. I don't think that the motive behind this story was to make the character sympathetic. I think it was just to be taboo for the sake of being taboo. That's what I'm trying to say. Maybe that's a better way of articulating it.
I'm with you on that.
But I think when it's your goal to make the character sympathetic, I actually think it can be done right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's a weird argument somewhere that by a guy named Yes in IRL saying, "What if Game of Thrones was never meant to be popular?" I personally don't agree. And like
the show or the book?
The book originally.
I don't really think anything tries to like. Was like this is meant to be popular. It just ends up being popular.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
And the thing is, like, they got like it was like the season finale of season 5 came out just as Martin was publishing A Dance with Dragons, the last book that he has published so far in the series and we're still waiting. We've been waiting for for about 9 years on A Dance with Dragons on Winds of Winter.
And that's book 6 or 7?
Yep, 6.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, we're still waiting on book 6. And
well, I heard somewhere that he got writer's block because of the show.
I would not disagree with that. I think that's probably the case. He kind of just.
And every time he gets told to write faster, a character you love dies.
Well, the thing is, like, for a lot of the show, it was like a direct copy of the book. With a few.
But then they ran out of books.
Yeah. Well, they didn't even run out of books. They merged 4 and 5 into one season.
And when they could have gotten at least 2 seasons out of book 4 on their own.
Probably.
Which is probably what they should have done.
Blue, I agree. This is a very weird stream.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. But anything to get away from the video we're watching.
Yeah.
I've seen things. I've seen taboo subject matter done well due to character sympathy. It takes good writing to do it.
Yeah.
When a bad writer does it, it just turns out strange, and nobody wants to like it.
Yeah, the thing. I tried to think of a very good way of like justifying what I wanted to do, because it's like she's hyper paranoid of anybody that's not related to her. So she's like, the only people I like is you and our sister. Because
that would be a good reason for incest.
Yeah. The nice thing is they're only she's only step siblings with him, so they just think that they're half siblings because like his dad like bit the bullet and said like no, he's my son, to kind of keep the honor of like his old friend who rebelled against him and he had to kill. So
thing is, subject matter like that is it already has the inherent potential of being sympathetic because of how societally taboo it is. That should be part of the plot point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And if you do have a character that is that paranoid, then it would make sense for that character to fall in love with their brother or sister, depending on which gender they are.
Mm-hmm.
So in that case, that's fine. Because that's how the character is. They would not be able to fall in love with someone outside their family.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like she's always thinking like anybody around her, like she's always constantly wondering, is that person going to try and kill me?
Yeah.
Let's finish this up, and then we can call it a night, shall we? We got 1 minute left.
Only perving on Rosario Dawson throughout it, and it's weird. All of this, he's exoticizing women like that, and just who the hell was in charge to put oversight over this? We're living in a cartoon, a racist cartoon. This has to change. Is this the type of oversight we can expect over the Long Night prequel? I fear for what they're doing in Star Wars after what they already did to us, what Bennioff already did to us.
And that's a wrap.
We're free.
Oh, yay! Well, as long as no babies end up with webbed toes, I suppose there's no harm done in the long run. Well, as long as there is not a history of incest in a family, then it's fine. But it's only if you have brother and sister marrying for several generations in a row that you start having problems with
genetic deficiency.
Yeah. It's only when
it's useful if you're writing a tragic story. Specifically that type of, it's a specific type. I mean, you know, I think I've already articulated it, to be honest. I think I'm just repeating myself now.
Well, there's actually a weird movie called Romeo and Juliet where the main twist at the end is that, Romeo and Juliet live at the end, but they're brother and sister, so they still decide to get it together.
Yeah, that's definitely a trauma production.
That just sounds like a fan fiction.
Yeah, it does. It really does.
Like I said, it can be done right. It can also be done wrong.
It kind of is, yeah.
You can do anything right when you're writing. You can also do anything wrong.
Yeah, it just depends on how much experience you have writing and how much experience you have with the subject
How comfortable
matter.
are you with the craft, and how meaningful are these contrivances within the story?
Yep. Well, it took us it took us longer to get through this hour-long video than it did for us to get through the Battle of the Bastards video.
I'm not sure if that surprises me or not.
Yeah,
I mean, I knew this one was going to be bad, but good lord. And as for...
And to think the people in chat could have been watching a football game in the exact same amount of time.
See, the thing I don't care for sports.
And
no, we're just talking about incest and ambiguously brown people.
In Star Wars, ambiguously brown would not have looked all that suspicious because we've already had
characters of various different ethnicities in
ambiguously incestuous.
Yeah, exactly. Well, no.
Isn't Dr. Afra a ambiguously brown woman or something like that? Like, if they made a TV show out of that comic,
Lucky
people
Charms,
all over that shit.
They're ambiguously incestuous. This is such a stupid conversation.
They're ambiguously delicious?
This is great. I love this.
Yeah, we got into some really strange tangents too.
Yeah.
Yep. Nice. Well, thank you to chat for sticking this through. Thank you to my guests, Hex Harper, Drake the Duelist, Neph Champion, Yokai. I am Hex Harper. Thank you so much. I've appreciated
you for inviting me.
Yeah, of course. It was great to have you on. Well, thank you, everybody. I'm going to close it out and say adios. Bye.
Bye, guys.